work session of the Finance Committee. We have completed all of the review of all the agencies for the operating budget as well as the capital budget and all the various funds. So tonight, following our work session, we will go into the city council mode. We do have the hearings scheduled. There are 4 hearings scheduled on the budget. So there'll be for the operating budget, the capital budget, which is the closeout section, the regular capital budget, and then all the fees and fines, penalties, et cetera. So that will come after we finish with our work session. So to kick it off tonight, as we've done for probably 20 years now, I put together a list of things that I've heard along the way from what people have picked up. I've added a few things to consider as a group. I'm going to go over this sheet to tell you what I have here, and then what I eventually like to do is we'll take tentative votes. I will take these votes individually, and we can dispose of them that way. After we complete that, then obviously we'll keep rolling for the amendments we have. And then depending how many amendments we have, we're probably going to take about a 10-minute recess or so between the Finance Committee and the beginning of the regular council agenda, and to potentially give, depending on how many changes we make, give the opportunity to the administration to go and to print the changes that we're proposing. If the changes become too voluminous, then we'll always have that green sheet. I don't know if people mostly remember the green sheet. It kind of keeps track of the changes, and it then calculates exactly what the tax rate effect would be compared to what the manager had recommended. So with that, I'm just going to start through. Does anybody have any questions before we start? Is that pretty clear? Okay. So I'm going to start through. I broke them up into the operating budget and the capital budget items. The first operating budget thing was operating overhead and general fund. Try it again. General overhead budget, which was on page 99, if you were looking. One item that did not occur or did not enter into here was we've always traditionally looked at housing and shelter as those emergency services that we have contributed to. So I am asking for consideration of $10,000 for the Friendly Kitchen, and it'll be under the social service budget. For full disclosure, I did follow up on some questions about the financial position of the Friendly Kitchen. Confirmed the Friendly Kitchen is in a very good financial position, but the reason for the additional request is that the Friendly Kitchen is expanding significantly its mission. So, for instance, it is now serving more meals than it ever has. They are now delivering meals to seniors, to places like Horseshoe Pond, et cetera, that they've never done before. They have a new program. They're working with the schools to identify individuals who are in need of food. And as you know, the food insecurity issues for children, particularly around summertime and vacations, weekends, are significant. They're also working with the Boys and Girls Club, because the Boys and Girls Club serve meals during the school year, but during the summer programs they don't, so they're working to identify those folks in need. One of the things that they've recently establishing is a family dining area, which I think is important, that when children go there with their parents, if they have to, that they are not exposed to some of the other things that are there. And then, of course, the last thing, which I am most probably excited about, is they're reaching out to the New American, the refugee community, to actually work directly with them to talk about dietary needs. They may not be the traditional foods that everyone else meets, and so that was the purpose for the $10,000. The second is additional $2,500 to League of Craftsmen special programs. This would be also on page 99, same section. The manager has included $5,000. I'm asking for an additional $2,500 for a total of $7,500. As you also look at those line items, you see the in-town Concord was increased by $10,000, and much of that is covering the cost of the details that we have at those events. And in costing it out, it's more like $7,500 So this is basically in line with that of the in-town, no different, same purpose type stuff. So that's total of general overhead will be increase of $12,500. In the police department budget, which would be page 104, for those following along at home, it is a increase of $150,000 for 2 new police officer positions. This would be funding for 9 months. I think that the discussion we had around the police department budget, it became clear to me, and hopefully people agree, that we have an excellent department, we have an excellent response, but the fact is that the calls and for service are just becoming more and more and more, so there's the need for those 2 additional bodies on the street, I think. So those 3 items would increase the general fund operating budget by $162,500, changing the general fund appropriation from $74.477 et cetera, to $74.639 million. So to offset those changes so that we see no increase to the tax rate, what I've suggested and worked with the manager on is if you go to page 126 under the Park and Rec budget, you'll notice that over the past several years, the manager had proposed reducing the transfer in that we have from the Recreation Reserve by $200,000 this year. This is money that we surplus, we set aside in the Park and Recs, and it was used to set aside for the community-wide community center. And I think the manager had a good idea to try to reduce the dependency on that. But I think in this case, it's worthwhile to use it for these increases, in particular the police officers. So if you were to look at page 126, you'll see that on the line, transfer in trusts under revenue, it says $437,000. So I would be increasing by, I'm suggesting increasing it by $162,500 for a total of $599,500. And if you look back across, you'll see that in FY22, it was actually $639,500, and in FY21, it was $653,700. So it does continue the decrease use of that, but just not as much as what the manager had originally proposed. So those were the operating changes, and I'll quickly take you through the capital as well. Under the capital budget, the project CIP 41 is for an interactive police simulator. And this is actually in the out years. It is in FY25 fiscal year, and the estimated cost for that is $50,000. We all know how important it is for training to occur, particularly with our police officers and others within government, but particularly with police. This simulator will actually allow them, as it says in the CIP description, really to do a lot of live training, simulated type interactions, which makes, I think, for better police officers on the street. The second is the forensic laser scanner. That is for an estimated $60,000. Again, it was for FY25. And so I would ask those to be eliminated, and the reason to be eliminated, actually, before I do it, let me say. So the scanner, as you can see here, I wrote, and I basically took a lot of this from what's in the CIP project, but it's become more standard for accident reconstruction, 3D crime scene mapping, and now allows us to enhance some of our major crime scene stuff. But there will be no impact, I'm proposing no impact to the 23 budget, since they're in the out years. Number one, we can bring them forth in July. There is money available that we can repurpose from completed or revised capital items within the police department. And then the scanner itself actually qualifies for some grant funding that I think we could apply for and be awarded. So I think regardless of whether we would do this or not, more than likely the manager's going to bring this forth in July anyway. So we might as well recognize it tonight and simply eliminate those in the out years. Number three is the CIP 51, which is regarding White Park. I would suggest moving the $800,000 for the in FY 2024 Monkey Round Playground from 24 to 23, the current year. But I think this is important. As you know, that I think is funded with 200,000 general obligation bonds, 200 from donations, and 400 from state grants. What I would suggest is moving forward, but asterisk those funds so that they're not actually spent. But the theory is, if you all agree, that if we were to move forward with the splash pad, then you rip up that area one time, not rip up splash pad this year and then rip up the monkey around playground the following year in 2024. But then again, keep in mind, it is all contingent upon whether you get, that's why it's asterisk, whether you get those grants and such. So it would move forward, but not necessarily be spent. It would depend on those activities. CIP 595. In that fund, I believe there is 400 and some odd dollars. $400 and some odd $1,000, of which $180,000 was replacement of those 165 meters. The parking committee started under Councilor Champlin and now Councilor Todd and the rest of the group are currently in the process of reviewing meters that were put in and now we're finding that are not producing the way we necessarily had thought they were producing revenue-wise. And if we could repurpose and redesignate some of those meters that we currently have, they're not being used, I don't think we need to buy the new ones. We could repurpose the ones we have. And that will save pressure on the general obligation bonds for the parking fund. The second is CIP in the parking fund is CIP 432. It's the State Street parking garage. I think there is 1.25 million appropriated in this line for design, permitting, as well as maintenance and upgrades. And so what I would suggest is leave the 250,000 alone, so that way we can continue to maintain the structure. But as Mr. Walsh pointed out, there are a lot of question marks around that garage. What is the state going to do? What's the Y going to do? What's the future needs of that particular garage? So I would suggest simply moving the $1 million out to FY24. The next item is CIP 40, which is Lang Parkway. I would suggest that we eliminate the CIP 40. I would also, and you can read it yourselves, obviously, authorize the manager to take the actions to go ahead and negotiate the release of the property rights that we may possess within the phase 3 identified by the capital budget. And then I think as Councilor Rice Hawkins asked a question in terms of procedures and such, and I thought it was a very detailed response about how you formally go about negotiating those resolutions and come back with from the planning board perspective, as well as there's value to those deeds or the paper street, if you will, and negotiate that value. So I would include that in the motion as well. And then just a summary, in terms of the capital budget perspective, the actions that I'm suggesting actually reduce the bonded portion of the capital resolutions from 15 million to 13.9 million. And then the total CIP resolution would be reduced from 19.4 to 18.253. And those were the changes that I had identified or had come across to me based on what I heard and questions and such, where I thought there might be some worthy discussion. So with that, I would be glad to try to answer any questions. Mr. Manager, I'd ask you to probably join us at this point, and if I can answer any questions, or Councilor Gray Sexton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Relative to item 1A, the expansion or the added $10,000 for food for the friendly kitchen, would this be designated specifically or earmarked for new expanded services and new expanded food for the friendly kitchen, or would this be general operations?
The way it was explained to me, it would be for increased mission. It'd be for those new things, like for instance the family area, like for instance the relationship with the school, to really reach out to those individuals who are in need, who are I think food insecurity we all understand, and so it's that increase we're finding the need for. So yes, long answer, probably could have answered it much better, but the answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did I understand from your opening comments that we will now go through and vote on each one of these, or do we vote on the en masse?
I think because there's a lot of everything in here, I think it's probably best that we take them up individually.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Craig?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm pleasantly pleased to see the police department adding of the 2 police officers for the 9-month time period. I know that the police department asked for 4 to really enhance patrols on our streets. I will settle for 2. I think it's a great addition, and we can see if it provides some relief for our police department, and maybe in next year's budget, we can pick up that other 2. I do think it's really important to have those patrols out on the streets today, and I appreciate the offer of adding them in.
I thank you. I will tell you, full disclosure, I tried to add 4.
I know. I'm
just-
sure you did.
I just couldn't find the offsetting dollars to do it, so. But I actually started off, and I still would like to do 4. I just can't identify the offset.
September, we might find something.
You never know. Councilor Hawkins?
Just a point of process, so are we debating these now or just asking follow-up questions?
Either one. I figured we'd start off with questions, and then we can debate them.
I'll wait a second then, thank you.
Anybody have further questions?
This is
Councilor?
just a working session, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
But I did want to take tentative votes so that we could give the administration kind of an ability to be able to make changes to the resolutions for the public hearing, though.
Okay.
So, but they're just tentative because the final vote would become during after the public hearing. Council 9.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I find myself a little bit at a loss here. I've been doing some thinking over the past couple days, in particular as we see the rise of petroleum products increasing. And it left me wondering this morning if we have enough money set aside for fuel assistance for the upcoming year. And I haven't had a chance to mention it to you or the city manager or speak to anybody else on staff about it. So I just kind of wanted to throw it out there for discussion to see if anybody else has similar concerns and if we have potential reserve funding available. I know in the past we've used some of the council budget money to pay for fuel assistance.
I think, to answer your question specifically, I think if you look in the portion of the budget that deals with the line contingency, there's $100,000 in that line for contingency, and that's the money that we've always traditionally used. If we've ever fallen short in our human services budget, that's where we draw from.
I'm certainly comfortable with that and just want to kind of put the topic in front of people's minds because I do think we'll be dealing with some increased requests this year.
I just want to second.
Councilor Brown?
Sorry. I just want to second Councilor Nyan because I'm definitely hearing from a lot of residents who are really concerned about the price of building, about gas, and it's summer and it's warm, but what's going to happen when it's cold? So I'm looking at everything as, you know, how can we save dollars for our residents?
Thank you.
I'll just simply add, I did make every effort. I think the manager got sick of me, to be honest with you, to make reductions in the budget. I went through line by line. I went through every bit of the detail. You know, if we wanted to, I think it's a pretty tight budget. And I think if we wanted to, we're really down to personnel. And that affects the level of services that we would do for things that would affect this particular fiscal year. You know, that's what Councilor Hawkins, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I will probably not be supporting the 2 additional police officers. I'd rather see us put that money towards some preventive outreach work. I think I agree with the city manager's assessment that let's see how we do with the staff that was brought on, is going through training, will be operate on the streets in August. And I do think that we've had some other ideas that have been floated through council about how to do more proactive outreach to try to help us to lower crime before responding to it. So I would like to pursue those avenues, which could be through the police department with staff members who are allocated to do like social service outreach on the streets or things like that. They could partner with existing city agencies.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Keach and Councilor Pierce.
Thank you, Your Honor. To your point, Councilor, I would suggest that adding a couple police officers would actually prevent crime. It's more proactive policing instead of reactive policing. And take high-risk folks that have mental health problems, substance substance abuse problems and point them in the direction of resources that exist. So the reactive policing is lock them up, that kind of thing. At that point, there's very little options. But if you can, in my opinion, if you don't have to respond to a call, but can intervene before something happens, that's very helpful. And I think more police officers on the street could accomplish that end.
Please.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to hear we're on the same page about kind of how that would play out. I don't think it has to be a police officer per se. I'd be fine with it being through the police department. And we do have adjacent staff, like the ACERTS program that goes in after violent crime and helps kids who experience adverse experiences. But if we could have something that it's positions and staff who are more trained in that kind of proactive outreach. I think that police officers do a lot, but we ask them to do more than we ought to. And I don't think that they necessarily have the training or the background to play all of those roles. So if we could partner them with staff that has that experience, that has that background, I think that is the model that a lot of communities are looking at. And it would be great if Concord were on the cutting edge of that.
Could I follow up, Your Honor? Sure. I would 100% agree with that, and I think by having more police officers, there creates that opportunity to pair police officers with those other resources. Right now, the situation is them running from call to call to call, and there's little time for that kind of training or that kind of outreach. So we truly are on the same page. It's just how to get there.
And I think it's a little bit of a chicken and egg too, right? Like, they're
No
on the
more
call.
chickens, please.
Fair enough.
Sorry,
fair
that's-
enough. They're busy because they're responding. If we have more front-end outreach, we may be able to help alleviate some of those calls.
Council Pierce.
Thank you. Regarding Langley Parkway, as there is no money in the 2023 budget currently, now that we are going to vote on whether or not to undertake a study, do we have an idea of what that will cost? I assume that will be a line item within the budget.
I'm not recommending any study.
Well, just
So
to follow.
mine would literally be to eliminate CIP 40, and then the second part of that motion would be to ask the manager to go forth and take the actions to negotiate the release of those property rights.
And there's no dollar figure associated with that? We don't have to spend any money to do that?
Mr. Manager, can you negotiate those within the current staff you have?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Council Chamberlain?
Thank you, Your Honor. Relative to the discussion that we've had between Councilor Keach and Councilor Rice-Hawkins and the additional 2 police officers, I join Councilor Kretovic in being pleased to see that you added those positions. I think that, I know that we know that our police department works closely with Riverbend. I believe the chief is on the board there. And I would certainly be in favor of any options that could divert people towards treatment, towards programs that will help keep them out of jail, keep them out of situations where the police have to intervene. But I would rather see that come from our police department. I'd rather see them come forward with suggestions on how to effectively integrate that kind of program with our current policing. I think there's always room for improvement. I think we have a great police department. I think right now they're strained without the appropriate staff to meet the challenges that they have right now, and that's why I support this addition. Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Grace-Sexton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if I could ask a question about, under capital budget, item 3, the monkey around playground and the proposal to move $800,000 from FY24 to FY23. To me, it seems like this is a little bit more of a want versus a need, but you did speak to the issue of if the splash pad is approved, that we would only have to do digging up one time if we did them concurrently. So I'm wondering if you do think that there's going to be a cost saving associated with this item?
I don't know the answer. Go ahead, Ms. Manager.
I don't know the answer, but I'll give you one.
Take what you have.
So I think the situation is you're very likely, because one, if you think about the playground itself, the playground There would need to be the private funds raised, whatever that ends up being, that you end up accepting from the group. There would be the grant itself and the time frame associated with the grant. But also, if you think about how it actually will physically work, you're very likely going to have two separate contractors, one who does splash pads, pool type of work, and one who does playgrounds. It won't be the same people. So there'd be this, the concept is that, I think it's a good one, is that you don't want to be out there year one saying, please stay away from this area, and you're doing the splash pad. And then year two, you're saying, please stay away from this area because we're doing the playground. So you'd have 2 years, 2.5 years, maybe even longer, of nobody being able to be around there safely. So the idea is to try to how to coordinate these two projects together, whether the funding comes together all at once and in place, and whether you can get the contractors and the labor lined up and the supplies in place. It's going to be a monumental task, but it's worth the effort to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
So Council McNamara and then Council Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do also worry with the splash pad and the pool, if you do it separate times, how much harder and how much more expense is it going to be to negotiate and contract with somebody 2 years out after we've contracted? So I
You
think-
could be, you could be, yeah, I would think that we would be able to, and again, we may come back with the prices for something like that, and you may say, this is just too expensive, or this is the time to do it. I think it's really going to depend on the contract that you get and the interest in the work that comes out of this. But yes, it's a possibility.
Council Brown.
I would actually advocate for in CIP 1, the Monkey Around Playground for fiscal year to remain in fiscal year '24 and to actually move the splash pad to fiscal year '24 just because of the cost of oil and everything else. And I've just been reading about how hot it's been over the summer. I apologize for the late email that I sent out to counselors about how the summer is hotter for the poorest among us, and libraries and pools are typically the cooling stations for them. So I apologize, I'm just learning how to do these yellow sheets, and I have added up the tally. There is a patio on the north side of the library that we could take advantage of as a cooling station, taking advantage of the cooling properties of the building, the natural shade around it. It's already enclosed. There is an amazing camper down elm that is a specialty tree that provides very dense shade. To add gates on the east and west, it's 3,000. Sidewalk connector to Green Street from the existing gate is 25 to 50,000. Pavers, filling it would cost to make that an accessible area, an outdoor space, cooling station, $331. I would rather see those funds used because I think anyone in the downtown area can access that from the library. It is an underutilized space. We can move that wonderful statue out. It doesn't include benches because I believe that we could fundraise or find donations to pay for benches. But I think it's an area that's in our downtown space that we can provide a cooling area for our community members, visitors, and it's really beautiful. And it wouldn't take much.
Councilor, could you tell me what the CIP project is for splash pad?
I did not write that
You're
down.
looking for the number or the?
Yeah.
CIP number, sir.
63.
Thank you.
It's under citywide recreational facility.
What, 63 you said?
Right.
Okay, who else has, Councilor Hawkins?
I'm going to support removing CIP 107 and moving it back 2 years. So this is the golf course clubhouse design. And then in fiscal year 2023 for $490,000. And then the actual building construction of $4.5 million and the following year to move it back to 2026. There's a couple of reasons. I think we heard a few of them over email and testimony. It strikes me through the conversation we had that the golf club does not have any kind of Friends of Beaver Meadow group or other entity like a lot of our other programs. It's like Friends of White Parks fundraising for an ADA accessible playground. The skate park supporters were told to start a nonprofit and to fundraise and show commitment, demonstrate their own support before moving forward or and seeking city support. Parks and Rec works with a ton of different area groups and grants. The ski club did a fundraiser for the groomer, and so I think that I don't think all city amenities should require outside fundraising, but I think particularly those that serve more disadvantaged populations shouldn't need to. But this is certainly an idea we could explore for the clubhouse. I'm also a little bit concerned that we're not adequately providing Concord residents with perks compared to out-of-town users, since our residents subsidize the golf course. And mainly in this year's budget climate, with stretched family budgets and some necessary city expenses for public safety, it seems that this would make sense to hold off. Also might help with building costs, which are high right now as well. So for all those reasons, I'd have us move it back by 2 years.
Okay. So, because I got to keep score here, I'm going to, let's go through and do these first, and then that way I can jot down what CIP numbers or what operation type things. So I'm going to go through and just go down the list if that works for everybody. So does anybody want to make a motion on the item 1A, $10,000?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Council Bouchard, second by Council Mattson. Is there any discussion further?
Mr. Mayor, could we just be sure to, in some way, capture that this is designated for new programming, new expanded programming?
Yep.
Okay,
I think,
thank you.
are you comfortable with that in your motion?
Yes, I am.
Council Mattson?
Yes.
Thank you.
With that, anything further? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Item 1B,
Make a motion, Your Honor, to accept that change.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded, Councilor Keach, Councilor Todd. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Anybody like to make a motion on the police department?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay,
I will recuse.
okay. So we have a motion made and seconded for $150,000, 9 months. Any further discussion? Councilor Rice Hawkins?
I'd like to propose an amendment that we allocate these dollars, but send this budget line item to Public Safety Advisory Board to discuss the best use of it before moving forward with hiring police officers, with understanding that we want prevention and outreach to be the focus of these dollars.
Okay, is there a second? Seeing no second, motion fails, or it's not considered. So we have a motion pending before us for $150,000, 2 police officers, 9 months. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Hawkins?
Thank you. I will be voting no on this, not because I don't want to support the police department, but I think if we want to be serious about really investing in prevention and outreach and thinking of new models, then we need to invest our dollars where our priorities are. And so I will respectfully vote no on this item.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Todd?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to be supporting it because I think one of the things I've heard certainly loud and clear from folks in my ward especially is the need for more patrols, and also the other issues that we discussed as a group concerning parking violations and other things. You know, these are minor considerations in terms of the police department hierarchy of importance, but they're very important to our residents, so I'll be in favor of it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, ready to vote? Councilor Nye, I'm sorry.
A roll call vote, please, Your Honor.
Roll call's been asked. Anyone? Okay. So be clear on the motion. Okay. Ms. Bonifant, you have a lot of challenges here. How are you going to try to get this together? All right. Council 9.
Yes.
Council Pierce.
Yes.
Council Rice Hawkins.
No.
Councilor Bouchard.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilor Brown, you are recused. Councilor Champlin.
Yes.
Councilor Fennessy is excused. Councilor Grady Sexton.
Yes.
Councilor Keach.
Yes.
Councilor Kretovic.
Yes.
Councilor Mattson.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor McNamara.
Yes.
And the motion is adopted.
I vote yes also, Your Honor.
In case you're wondering.
You're at the bottom of the list.
Problem.
He's from Petticoat.
Yeah.
And he's from Petticoat.
12-1 is motion's adopted. Okay, that takes us to your capital budget. Somebody like to make a motion on item CIP 641?
Did you want to do number 126
Page 126.
with the recreation?
My apologies, you are,
I apologize.
you are 1,000% correct, I missed that.
Move approval.
I should read my own notes.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to make the changes reflective on page 126 regarding the transfer in from the Recreation Reserve to increase by $162,500. And that motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the ayes have it. Thank you for, appreciate that. Capital budget. Would anybody like to make a motion on CIP 641?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made and second to eliminate the $50,000 for this item in FY '25. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. CIP 642. Is there
Move approval.
Second.
motion made and second to approve CIP 642, eliminate $60,000 from fiscal year '25. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the ayes have it. CIP 51, which I'll remind everybody, I did want to make clear, I think it was a good discussion that these are asterisks and it depends on a lot of things.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve this item. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
And the ayes have it. CIP 595, parking meters.
So
Move
moved.
approval.
Motion made and seconded to eliminate $180,000 for replacement of the 165 meters. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the ayes have it. CIP 432, State Street Parking Garage.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made second to approve this. Removal of the $1 million for the design permit out to FY '24. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. CIP 40, Langley Parkway, is to eliminate the Parkway CIP 40 and to ask the manager to take the necessary negotiations.
I vote to eliminate Langley Parkway CIP 40 and for the city manager to take the necessary action to negotiate the release of any property rights the city may possess relative to Langley Parkway Phase 3B as identified in the City of Concord's Capital Improvement Plan Number 40, and to return to the City Council to formally approve such action via resolution or other appropriate City Council action as indicated on your worksheet.
Thank you for reading that, so I didn't have to know a thing. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Okay, any discussion on this one? Council Pierce?
I have discussion, thank you very much. I did have a quick question, though, for the discussion. If this action is taken and it passes, does this mean that Langley Parkway or a road in that vicinity will never, ever be built?
Mr. Manager?
I think the council has the authority to, someday, if you ever wanted to do something, you always could. Nothing's, never.
Follow-up, but are we giving up the rights to the lands to do so under the current?
Under the way the roadway was envisioned back in whatever year it was, 63 or the 50s.
50.
Yeah, you would not be able to build that roadway.
Okay, I'd like to make a comment if I could, please. Thought a lot about this issue, and I believe there's been a lot of misinformation floating around, and I don't believe our citizens are recognizing that point fully. Facts are important when making the decisions that affect our residents and taxpayers. Here are the facts, and they are indisputable. We are here tonight to discuss the 2023 budget, as have all the major meetings of this Finance Committee over the last few weeks. There are currently no dollars set aside for anything to do with Langley Parkway in the budget for the year 2023. Many, but not all of our citizens who reside in the area of the proposed Langley Parkway are passionate about not having this road built in their backyards or neighborhood. Even some who do not live in the area are against going forward with any plans to build this road. At the Chamber's State of the City address, our city manager mentioned upgrading plans to the current concept design in order to meet council priority number 2, which states community-wide economic development initiatives to extend the tax base, such as Brady Sullivan, Irving, and Santander Bank. Lower transport times to the hospital and response times from the hospital, as was outlined in a recent Fire Department Commission report. These were some of his points. While several experts have come forward with studies saying transport times to the hospital do not matter, the person in this city who deals with this issue every day, our current fire chief, disagrees when it comes to the issues of stroke, heart attack, and severe trauma. Transport times do matter. We need better plans to allow for more housing in our city. Concord is made up of 64 square miles or 40,960 acres of land. Some 25% or 16 square miles or 10,240 acres are held in conservation easements and or without developments. This does not count land privately held, undeveloped, and open. The city, along with nonprofit partners and private landowners, have some 85 miles of trails in this city. The vast majority of our residents cannot access these trails from their backyards nor walk directly to the city's medical campuses. Langley Parkway will never be built as originally conceived. Doing away with CIP 40 does not mean a road will never be built along the current designated route. To vote to do away with CIP 40 at this time means nothing with regards to possible future plans. Now for my opinion. I will be voting to keep CIP on the books, as I will not want this council to tie the hands of any future councils who may need to build an access road of some type along this route. I also believe that by keeping CIP on the books, citizens will continue to be noticed and engaged if anything were to come up in the future. To abandon CIP 40 now is likely complicated, meaningless, possibly disingenuous, and is not in the interest of the total transparency or the majority of the citizens of our city. Thank you.
I had Council Brown next.
I would just like to add Langley Parkway Phase 3A and B. And I am in favor of this motion.
If you look at the CIP, it's
Or
actually,
just-
it's
or, you know,
actually,
just say-
it's actually non-CIP. It's not
Or, I'm
A,
sorry,
It's B is the section, because that is what's being negotiated.
we just- oh.
A would be property that we own ourselves in the city, so we're not gonna negotiate with ourselves. So that's why I didn't think it was necessarily. It's just the B section, if you look at CIP.
Can we just change it to Phase 3? Lincoln Parkway Phase 3?
That's fine.
And leave it
but
at that?
That's fine. But understand that we're not gonna negotiate with ourselves to, that makes sense. If the people making the motion are willing to move it to just 3, that's fine by me, if you want to do that.
Sure.
Somebody seconded, who seconded over here? I can't remember. who
Second.
seconded. You seconded. All right, as long as you're cool with that, then I cross out B and just leave it 3. Councilor Critter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Clearly, our leisure activities in the city are really topping the discussion on the budget for this year's cycle and next year's cycle. And honestly, I really would have thought this year the conversation would be public safety. In the wake of a double murder on a hiking trail and the removal of an ambulance at Manor Station, which significantly hinders response time for wards 1, 2, 3, 10, while simultaneously enhancing response times in the central core of our city. Maybe not now, but at some point in the future. it seemed reasonable that another access point into the Concord Hospital campus might be needed, and I can't stress enough, maybe not now, in that statement. The failure to engage in dialogue here is astounding. People that have been emailing, when you actually talk to some of them, they are learning that what they read was wrong. And what they're hearing was, it's never, ever, ever. And they're like, no, we just meant not now. Every counselor right now could go into their emails and start to see them coming through that say, whoa, whoa, I live in Ward 7, and I'm not in favor of removing this. They're just starting to catch on. We're on the brink of adding potentially over 600 housing units between Ward 3 and Ward 10 along Sewell Falls Road. And those residents, along with the current residents, might have benefited from some potential future Langley Parkway way out. Maybe. Don't really know. And the reason we don't know is because we're not going to let the people we appoint to our citizen committees even look at it for us. They are advisory. We ask them to come to the table and look at things and give us their point of view. It's kind of that Lincoln said, of the people, by the people, for the people. They are of the people, and they reach out to the community and they gather that input. And that's the by the people that comes to us. And then we have a public hearing and we listen to more input that comes from around the table in different sources. And we make our decisions collectively, fully vetted. And I'm not sure why we're not engaging TPAC or the Conservation Committee or the Energy Committee or the Trails Committee or the Public Safety Committee or even the Finance Committee. We are leaving all of these volunteers out of this discussion. This has been an active effort to circumvent normal processes and remove the advisory committees of any potential opposing view to the data that was presented to us last week. This council used to pay attention to our residents. We used to focus on community input, consensus building, compromise, communication, civil dialogue about all the various projects, about our ordinances, revisions, anything that came before us. And with a year to do such community outreach, we're being asked to turn our backs on more than half of the residents in our community. And here today, on Langley Parkway North, the council is being asked to remove the middleman of our advisory committees and smother any possibility of a Langley Parkway North forever. We will ignore growth. We will review only the data that supports this view, and we will suffocate any opposition. We will not be inclusive. We will not welcome healthy discussion. We will undermine the very transparency in government that this council touts. And let me be clear, I am not against people walking on a utility corridor that happens to be an emergency access route into Concord Hospital. I'm not honestly opposed to the trail. There's too much at stake here for this decision to get it wrong, and there really isn't any ticking clock here. I just want us to take the proper steps to get there, be inclusive, and just listen to another point of view. A vote to remove Langley Parkway at this point in time on this particular day without any proper vetting, that is the evidence that due process in the city of Concord has now failed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just go this way. Why don't we start with Councilor Rice Hawkins?
Thank you. I had a question for Councilor Kretovic. We've had several council discussions over the last several weeks, and we've had council meetings since the conversation of the state of the city. You're powerful, but not quite that far yet. Have you at any point referred this back out to any city committees?
Did not TPAC take it up at one of your meetings in April?
TPAC has it on the meeting schedule every month as an update, and TPAC at that time could have discussed it prior.
would the council expect a formal review of TPAC, and did not Counselor Brown bring that to TPAC and ask them to look at it, and members of the public attended, correct?
No, that's actually not,
There were no
oh, I'm
members of
sorry,
the public.
may I
Hold on.
respond?
You know what? Here we go. So you're going to ask, you're going to answer, then you're going to ask, and then you're going to answer. So
So
you heard the question.
I could
You get-
certainly
you get
make
the
a
answer,
motion
and then
that
she-
it
she
be
gets-
sent to TPAC now.
Second.
So, may I follow up?
I want to make sure we're clear. I made a motion. It was seconded.
I wasn't entertaining motion. We're in the middle of a debate, and then I'll be gladly to accept the motion later on. Further
Thank you.
question?
I'm sorry, I believe my question was whether or not you had referred it to any of the 5 or 6 committees that you named off during the last couple of months since this issue started to rise to public dialogue.
Until we started our budget hearings, and members of the Concord Green Space and other members of the community came forward and said that they were against this, it really hadn't risen to the occasion. And until it showed up on the mayor's options here to remove this, it was not a point of discussion. It's in the 2024 budget, not 2023, which is what we're taking up today. And so I totally agree with you, but we could send it to TPAC today, and we could get a review in the next 2 months, maybe 3 months, but maybe Conservation Commission would like to look at it too, which Counselor Brown also sits on. Maybe the Energy Commission, because of the fuel savings for the trips to across the town, actually has an environmental impact, which Counselor Brown also sits on. She doesn't want her own committees to participate in this. I would be concerned, but I would
Point of
open it
order.
up. There are
Excuse me,
several other committees
votive.
She gets the
that
answer.
could review this.
All right, my turn to answer. So, 2 things. Number 1 is, I appreciate the fact that you like the advisory committees participating in the process. I think we all like that. But the way I interpret what you said is, the assumption is that everything has to get referred to a committee for the committee to take it up. And I find that fundamentally flawed. A committee, no matter what committee it is, does not have to wait for something to be referred to it. They can actually be proactive, and quite frankly, they should be proactive to address things that are coming before the committee, to act as truly advisory, in the name of the title, advisory to this council. That's number 1.
So the answer
So let me
to-
finish. That's number 1. Number 2 is, I do disagree vehemently with the idea that you do not think there's a clock ticking. There is a clock ticking. It's a very large clock. It's a clock that talks about housing and improvement of blighted properties and economic development in this community. We are proposed in this budget, from what the manager brought to us, and unless somebody eliminates it, but I support it, a 4.8% increase. Now, when you look at it, we have, in the past 3 years, had an average increase of 2.3%. In 2020, it was 1.92. In 2021, it was 0%, and last year was 2.5. We would be right in line at 2.8% with what we've done in the past. But we've heard from this community and the need and the desire from both the department, the employees, and the community to say, and people who live in your ward said, we want a new ambulance. And we are saying, okay, we'll increase it by 2% to put that ambulance in place. So I think that clock is ticking because we need to be able to pay for those services, like a new ambulance, with greater growth in this community. And that growth comes at the area around the Rumford, the Lincoln Financial site. It's going to come from the area around Pennacook Street if we can negotiate those easements off. So I hear a clock ticking. It's a big clock in my head because we want to support public safety. We want to do that, but we got to be able to pay for it. And I'm going to finish this way, and then I'll come back to you if that's okay. So the second person I had was Councilor Bouchard.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly have empathy for the residents in Ward 5 and everyone else that is supporting removing CIP 40 at this point in time. Living up on the heights, my husband and I bought our lot and built our house before the mall was built, and there was a lot of pine trees, a lot more open space. And there was a sign there that said mall coming, that had been there for many years. Unfortunately, or fortunately, soon after we signed the papers to have our house built, big story in the Monitor, mall coming, deal made. And everything changed quickly up there. And I understand, there used to be a country store, Tom Collins, where the Irving gas station is, big box stores, franchises, big and small, locally owned businesses. Everything just started all at once building up. And the downside on that was the tax base. It was great for the tax base. At one point in time, with the mall and everything else that's up there, the Heights was one of the biggest taxpayer bases for the city. But the downside was, in the rush to, nobody looked at the traffic corridor. Loudon Road quickly became the 10th most dangerous ward, 10th most dangerous road in the state of New Hampshire. And then after numerous, it was a traffic accident almost every day, pedestrian incidents were uncommon, and finally the city started making changes to make the corridor safer. Things like pedestrian cross lights, building regional drive, different issues like that. So I personally feel that, and I'm taken aback that the people who oppose CIP 40 don't have the confidence in the city that we would do an entire roadway study to make sure from once you get off 393 all the way to the Concord Hospital, that whatever the city decides to do, and a study to do what is correct and calm traffic, that we wouldn't do that. I've always kept in the back of my mind that a few years back I had a phone call from a wife whose husband was quite ill. And the doctor said, don't wait for an ambulance. You need to take him right away. And after doing several trips like this, this wife called me, and she was frustrated, she had a lot of concerns, but her frustration was no matter which way she went to Concord Hospital, she never knew how long it was going to take her, because it depended on the time of day and what the traffic was at that point in time. And she tried different variables, going 393, going down Loudon Road. And so, I've always kept that back into my mind. One person told me, people should just take ambulances. I don't think a lot of people realize the ambulance isn't free. And living in an area where, and throughout the city, where there are people on budgets, people who might not have health care that cover an ambulance, and they say no to taking an ambulance. And they drive themselves. And there are a lot of emergencies that don't use an ambulance. People decide to drive themselves for one reason or another. My late sister's second daughter was born with a very severe case of asthma, and she would have to rush the infant to Concord Hospital because they couldn't wait for an ambulance. They had to get my niece to the hospital quickly. So it seems it is generally assumed that access to health care is not an issue in the city due to the distance, such as Ward 9. And I think that assumption is incorrect. Assessing accessibility to emergency services in the Milliken community around Concord Hospital need to take into account traffic variability into consideration, that variability and road congestion when using realistic traffic conditions and their variability in points of time has a significant impact on the measurement of timely access to healthcare services for some areas of the city and the safety of some neighborhood streets due to cut-through traffic, because that's what's happening. I've, didn't do a scientific study. I've asked people who live up in my ward, how do you get to Concord Hospital? Almost every single one of them gave a route that cut through some neighborhood. They avoid Pleasant Street going by Concord High. So we're adding to cut-through traffic into these neighborhoods that want to take away CIP 40. Also, in my experience in doing policy work, it's very easy to take something out, but it's much more difficult to put something back in because we will face the same opposition we're hearing today. I completely, 100% agree with the mayor that we need to look at this. We need to move forward fast. We have housing coming. We know we're not quite sure yet what's going to happen with the Lincoln Financial piece of property. We don't know what's going to happen with the Concord Monitor property. Rumors of, a large housing complex going there, whether somebody's going to do something. Most of the, and a lot of the housing has happened on the other side of the river. We have several 55 and over apartment complexes. And for these reasons, and many others, I think that this is something, at least for my ward, that I believe has to be fully studied. There is, this is a CIP item for next year. And I think we can do what the mayor wants to do without removing CIP 40. And I think we can use the year we have to actually do a real comprehensive study. For those individuals that testified thinking we would build something based on a 50-year-old study and not update it and look at the conditions we have now, not look at traffic patterns, what neighborhoods are cut through, what is the realistic time? Sometimes for me to come to council, it takes 10 minutes. Sometimes it's 15, sometimes it's 20. So now that we're coming out of COVID and we have post-COVID traffic coming and other development happening, something's going to happen with that mall. I don't know what, probably be very popular. There'll be a lot more congestion, traffic congestion and road congestion. So I just ask that we keep the CIP 40 where it is. We do a comprehensive study for all parts of the city and just not assume that access to health care is not an issue in the city due to short distances, because that's not true for Ward 9, and it's not true for other areas of the city that are across the river or living farther out. And, we have 80 miles of trails. About 20% of our land is in conservation, and not to mention 20 to 30% non-taxable taxable property due to nonprofits. I mean, we have a lot of open space. And just because Langley Park South looks the way it is doesn't mean that whatever we build won't look differently and have some sort of legal access to Wynett Park that isn't a pirate access. So I just ask that you consider Ward 9 and the issues that we have to cross the city, and it's not going to get any less. And that we take this time to look at the growth that we have coming and do a very smart, realistic look at traffic patterns and variability of waiting times to cross that river. And I think we can accomplish everything the mayor wants to accomplish and have and deal with public safety that all our residents can get, not only just to the hospital, but it's an entire medical community up there. And sometimes you have a sick family member or friend that you're trying to take to the hospital, or broken bones, or they go to the Dartmouth Clinic, whatever it is. There's a lot up there, and it'll probably, the medical community up there will even grow more. So I just ask that you really think about the entire city and the people and the residents, that it's not that easy to get there at different times a day, and take that into consideration, and I would much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll go ask Keach. Right.
Thank you, Anna. Let me start by saying I'm not sure Langley Parkway is a good project or a bad project. I simply don't have the data to make an informed decision. I suggested to someone, leave it in there. It's not funded. Have the proper public hearings when the time comes, see if it's funded. It may never be funded. It was suggested to me by more than one person, take it out. If you'd like to, put it back in. But in reading this, the verbiage here, it also releases any property rights going forward. That's never going to be recovered again. So that's the big the biggest hanging point for me is releasing those property rights. And if there was a way to remove CIP 40 from this tonight without releasing the property rights, I would be all in favor of it, because it could be plugged in again at any time. But that's the sticking point for me, is releasing those property rights, because in my mind, that's the most valuable part of this whole thing.
So, can you just clarify for me? Because I think I don't understand. So you don't want to increase the density for the housing projects or for the commercial sector?
I'm not even speaking to that.
But that's what this is
You
about.
can't put words in my mouth,
I'm
Counselor.
sorry, I'm sorry.
But that's what this is about, right?
Well, in some people's minds, I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons for this or not. I'm just saying I don't think it's been fully vetted. To Councilor Pierce's point, I don't know about traffic studies. I don't know, I mean, there's no current data really.
Well, but,
Or maybe I'm missing something.
or maybe I am, but it seems to me that if anyone who wants to revitalize those blighted properties, or if they want to build housing, or if they want to do commercial building, et cetera, they're still going to have to go before the planning board and all the other traditional development processes. So this simply allows, the way I've talked to the manager and others, the manager the right to go and negotiate. I don't know if we're going to be successful when we negotiate. We may not be, but because I think the manager is, we've talked about, there is a value to these
Rights.
Paper
rights of
roads.
way.
things, or did rights, et cetera. They're going to have to probably pay monetarily for them, and we may or may not be successful in doing that. But if we know that if we don't try, we have a street on paper going through a project that will not allow for the property to be used in its maximum potential.
I agree with that. I think particularly on North State Street, that's vital. I agree with you there. But I don't know if there's some modified version of that that can go from essentially Rumford Street west or can be. I just can envision something looking much different than what's on paper now.
Do you want to give it a try?
I'll try. So, based on what you put together here, which is 3B, that, based on the conversations that I think the council has had, has to do with the section that relates to Santander Bank, the Irving properties, because they bought other properties, and the former Lincoln Financial property. So if that's where your focus is, then that's the motion that you have.
Okay.
If you're focused on the whole thing, then you're not just focused on that section.
Well, I guess I get a little confused when Councilor Brown mentioned Phase 3. I was envisioning the
That's
entire,
the entire thing, right.
and I have a problem with that.
But phase 3, the portion, and I specifically wrote a 3B because I thought that's what we were really focusing on, and I wish you hadn't have done what you did, but that's fine. But am I right, though, that in terms of the more westerly portion, that's property that we own, and we're not gonna,
There are pieces that you own, but there are pieces that are easements that other people have owned the properties in, and we have easements. Or dedicate, or piece. It's complicated. You're not gonna solve it tonight.
right?
So my final comment would be if the amendment is not passed to include all of Phase 3, I would be in favor of 3B, but not in favor of entire Phase 3.
Understood. Council Pierce, you go next. Council Pierce, you go next.
Thank you. I thought I knew, but now my hair hurts. It's clear to me that we don't have a good grasp of what this action would mean. I think at-large Councilor Keach brings up some good points. I would just want to renew my opposition to getting this off the books until we have more information. And I would leave it at that, because there are 10 people, If you ask 10 people, we're going to have 10 different ideas of what this really means. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. This has been a great discussion, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made by everyone. When I made this motion, the intent was to move us off the dime on this issue, which has taken on a life of its own. People are very passionate about it, but in all the passion, what has been missed has been the original intent of this body in placing Langley Parkway, Phase 3B, on our priority list. And that was to allow derelict properties at the end of Pennacook Street on Booton Street to be developed and to remove impediments to the full development of the Lincoln Financial property based upon the information provided by the current owner. The reason that this is important, I sat on the planning board when Irving raised their old building and then decided not to move forward because of issues possibly created by a median strip from Langley Parkway ending at Booton Street, which prevented access to their site. And that happened how long ago? A decade ago. And that piece of property is still nothing but a vacant, sandy lot. For many years when I worked for Lincoln Financial Group, I would tell people, I'm glad you like that big front lawn at Lincoln Financial, but that big front lawn is the right-of-way for Langley Parkway. So if anybody's going to develop the Lincoln Financial property to its full potential, they've got not to develop that big front lawn and any of the other land that is taken up now by the right-of-way for the Langley Parkway. And so my intent in making the motion was to allow us to move city staff forward on removing these impediments to development and this really critical pieces of property, as the mayor has so eloquently stated. I have heard more people coming from the general public who interpret the interest in that right-of-way or the interest in that section relative to the Lincoln Financial property as being related to trying to make sure that there's access off of that property onto Pennacook Street. That is not the question. The question is, how can we maximize the development potential of this big piece of property for residential, for commercial, so that we can broaden our tax base, take the pressure off of our property taxpayers by creating more commercial property opportunities, and hopefully creating more housing to meet the critical housing shortage that we have. That's the purpose behind my motion. And I understand all the concerns, but I hope that the motion will be successful. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to go Councilor Todd, Councilor Bouchard, and Councilor Grivet.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm a little torn here. I think that, first of all, I concur with Councilor Pierce that my hair also hurts now, and that I do also want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Bouchard for her, I'll call it tale of warning about unintended consequences that can happen when development occurs without enough planning. I can say that having been a member of TPAC since 2008, since it started actually, that Langley Parkway has always been a topic of discussion, and primarily that's been because there has been found through the various studies that our city staff and others have done over the years, no real viable alternate possibility to alleviate traffic issues that we don't anticipate will happen tomorrow or in FY24 or in FY26, but in 30, 40, who knows how many decades from now, how many years from now, that there may be issues there. And so the alternate plans, for example, I'll just give you one. I've mentioned this to several people. One of the alternate plans is to widen Pleasant Street to 4 lanes. So you just have to sort of sit back and try to picture that happening. That would be a pretty difficult, expensive, maybe impossible project to do. You'd have to be taking land and property. You'd have to. That's one way to alleviate the potential growth and traffic concerns for that corridor in future years. So I'm, if in fact it's the case, and I'm kind of with Councilor Keach, if it's in fact the case that we want to focus on the economic development portion, we're just talking about 3B, and that's really all what we would be voting on tonight would affect, and I'm certainly in favor of it, because basically what we're saying is that Langley Parkway, as we have come to know it, disappears. But that doesn't preclude us from actually potentially building some kind of road or structure in that area in the future, should we need it. And so, that's my main concern in all this, is trying to figure out a way to thread that needle. I would like to see the development occur. I think Councilor Champlin is exactly right on target with that. But at the same time, I don't want to decide on something that will tie the hands of a future council decades from now, that may be faced with an issue that we aren't able to predict or anticipate at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else wanted to speak? I apologize. Thank you. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it was Bouchard Kretovic, but she can go first.
Thank you.
The counselor's had her
Go ahead.
hand up for
Go ahead.
quite a while.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay.
Just yell at me. It's much easier.
It's, what I wanted to ask is just clarification question. The portions that you're talking about, 3B, are really down in Bruton Street and those areas. You're not giving away rights to land that we already own. We're not looking at dismantling all of our property. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's all. And so, having said that, my understanding is with Fred and Councilor Todd, that we would not be giving up rights. We're just opening up that bottom area for development. And we're moving CIP 40 out, but not, just because that particular roadway will not be built. That particular roadway, as originally set up, won't be built. Doesn't mean anything else will happen. We aren't removing or we're not losing our rights to that property along that line. Was that
So the
incorrect?
motion was to eliminate CIP 40. That's number one. Not moving out, it's eliminate.
Right.
Number two is, yes, the city would still own the property that it owns.
The property along
That
the
is
way.
true. But the second half of this, which is the part that's, for me, really vital, it's all, I get it, the whole thing is there, but, when we originally had our discussion in this room for priorities, we wanted to redevelop that lower section to add tax base. And I think that the combination of the two of them makes sense, to eliminate the Parkway, CIP 40, work on, maybe we should just stuck with 3B, and I may have probably prematurely kind of just said yes, and maybe we should put that to a vote. It might be cleaner to do it that way.
Your Honor, I'd be happy to change the motion back if Councilor McNamara is willing to change her second, so that it only applies to Phase 3B relative to that part.
I'm in favor of that.
Okay, so this is.
Just to simplify
I get
things.
it, but it's kind of weird. I already recognize it. I don't want to go back on what I said, so I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
All right.
So I think the clean way to do it is, let's take a vote on the portion that just says Phase 3. If that passes, it's done. If it fails, then it's open to a subsequent motion, and you can go back to the 3B.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Yep.
I have a question.
Council Boucher.
So by doing it that way, then if we build 3B, we're not actually looking at the entire quarter anymore and the impact of a full build-out will have, because we're removing the Langley Parkway piece from discussion. That's the way I read it, and we're just pushing things off, so if we ever have to build out, we'll be back here doing the same discussion.
Well, I think, okay, we
I
can,
just-
we can
I
argue
just-
about whether
I don't wanna
pushing
build-
off, not pushing off.
Yeah, I don't wanna
think-
build a
think the-
failed
I think the
road. I
simple
don't wanna
answer is
start
this.
down.
I think the simple answer is this. This council cannot direct any future councils. I would guess that at some point, none of us here around this table are gonna be here. We're all gonna move on. And our kids and grandchildren and folks in the audience are gonna take our place. And they may see things differently than we see them. So they could do whatever they wanna do. So
I just think we're setting ourselves up to build a failed road. Years down the road, but that's my opinion.
I don't think so.
But anyway.
Councilor Royce Hawkins.
Thank you. I'm just going to add a couple comments. I'm going to support removing it. I think that The council has traditionally treated this as an option, and it seems a little bit more like an albatross. As Councilor Bouchard just mentioned, it keeps coming back. The council hasn't moved on it. There was a vote 17 years ago to remove it. There was a pretty unified, strong public opposition to it. And I do think regardless of what future councils may do, this council should be responsive to what the community has asked, which has, again, been pretty unified response that they don't want us to move forward with it. I think that removing it offers us the opportunity to re-envision what things are gonna look like going forward. As we continue to leave it on here, we just keep revisiting the same idea again instead of opening ourselves up to really start with a fresh slate. So for all those reasons, I will be voting to remove it.
Councilor Kretovic, I apologize. I recognize
it's
you.
fine.
It was
Go to-
my,
Go to Counselor Pierce, I won't get you again. Please.
okay, you raise your hand when you're ready, and you'll be, whatever. But my apologies. Councilor Brown, Pierce.
So for clarification, based on the last conversation with 3B, if the motion on the section of 3B was to pass, this city would be retaining the rights to build the middle of a future road without one end.
A gazillion years in the future.
All I would say is, we're not gonna go and negotiate with ourselves for rights that we have.
So, and comment on what you said about directing future councils, I absolutely agree. We have no authority to say what a future council will do, but we do have the authority not to tie their hands. So I would just make that statement.
Councilor Kretovic?
I'm gonna agree with Earl this time. Will you yell at him? You don't have to answer, thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
I'm hoping somebody can clarify what we're voting on.
But I figured I want to get everybody to get a
Thank you
chance
very
to say
much.
the
I
piece, and then once said the piece, I think I believe I have a path, and see where we go. Anybody else want to say anything? All right, so the first thing I think we should take up, because I think I probably made a mistake and I was probably too lax in dealing with this, is the issue of striking B and just keeping it phase 3. I think it's fair to have that discussion, vote first, see how that goes, and then somebody can make a subsequent change or wherever it is. Is that fair to everybody?
Sure.
Now, speak up if you disagree. But I'm trying to find a path. That's the only path in mind. Okay, all right,
Can I ask for a roll call, please?
sure.
Thank you.
So, this would be to amend the motion. So if you're looking at the sheet where it says Langley Parkway Phase 3-B, the motion would be to strike B. And it would just simply read Phase 3, okay? If you're in favor of that, you vote yes. If you're opposed, you vote no.
And can you clarify what just phase 3 is without the?
So Phase 3 is, consists of two, A and B, okay? So A construction consists of Langley Parkway from Pleasant Street to Auburn, Pennacook Street, and then B is Langley Parkway from Auburn, Pennacook Street to Boonton, North State Street. That's B.
Just say it one more time. I'm
If you
sorry.
have your
Yeah.
book, you go to page 268.
Okay.
You will see CIP's item 40, and it lays out exactly A and B. So think of it, a simple way to think about it is A is the Pleasant Street to Auburn, Pennacook. B is the Auburn, Pennacook to Boonton, North State. That's B.
So
Because
this,
that was the original, because that's where it directly goes through those properties. The A portion is where the city owns, I think, some property. Is it fair to say we own property up there?
Some
right?
properties, yeah.
Some property up there, and blah, blah, blah. So that was why.
so we would be voting to leave the entire quarter intact,
Yes.
all the way up through Concord Hospital, or no?
If you want Phase 3, it would include A and B.
Yeah,
If you want just B, you would vote,
okay.
Um,
So we're voting just on B.
Correct.
Okay,
So
got
if
it.
you wish to strike,
That's the reverse of what you said.
That's what I.
You want the whole first.
wow. I won't tell you, I won't tell you. Crowd.
Making us complicated.
So Brian usually has a bubble above my head, he can tell you what I'm thinking. I do not want to ask him if he knows what I'm thinking right now. Okay, so, right now, we have a motion. The motion is to whether or not to strike B from this motion. Is that clear with everybody?
Yes.
If you vote yes, you are in favor of striking B, and you are for just reading Phase 3. If you wish it to read 3B, then you would vote no on this motion.
Okay.
Did I reverse what I said earlier?
Yes.
Or against the whole.
How do you guys want to vote? I don't know.
Why don't we do? So the vote is to eliminate everything, the first vote.
That is correct.
Yes, that's
If you
correct.
vote yes,
Phase
you're
3,
eliminating.
you're
Phase 3,
eliminating
A
everything.
and B.
All I'm trying to get to is whether you want the letter B there or not. That's all I'm trying to do. Councilor Hawkins, if you can help me, please.
Yes, is it possible for us to just, because this is just a straw poll vote, right? This is not,
Sure.
that people could just state, remove A and B, or B? That way we all know what we're voting on.
Well,
So, I'm gonna do it the simplest way I can think of, okay? Right now, forget what we, just right now, let's just look at the piece of paper, okay? It says 3B, right? If you want it to be just 3B, I'm gonna write this down.
Can you explain it as outcomes instead of letters?
Yep. If you want it to be the whole thing, which would be from Pleasant Street to Boonton Street, then that's Phase 3, because that would include A and B. If you want it to be just B, which would be from basically what, Auburn to Boonton, that's B.
So we're voting to eliminate.
And I had written B.
I'm just looking at eliminate CIP 40.
this might be a clear way.
It is,
We're voting on Councilor Brown's amendment to strike
yes.
B.
that is correct. That is correct.
There we go.
Thank you.
I'm ready.
Councilor Grigsby,
Did you call me Mr. Mayor?
if you want to. No, you don't have to.
So if we were to vote yes on the first motion, that would be,
We'll put it this way. I think Councilor Keach actually summarized it really, really well.
Yeah.
If you want to support Councilor Brown eliminating B, you vote yes. If you do not support Councilor Brown's motion to eliminate B, you vote no. Well, you tell me then.
Yeah.
If you want, if you want the motion to include all of Langley Parkway,
To be eliminated.
if you want, all we're voting
It has
on
nothing, it has
is,
nothing to
okay.
do with elimination or nothing.
all we're voting,
All it has to do is with the negotiation piece.
if you want the city manager, the city staff to negotiate all the rights of way going, the entire project, Phase A and Phase B, then you would vote yes, because that is.
Yes.
Right? That's correct. You would vote in favor of the motion as modified at the request of Councilor Brown. If you only wanted to focus on the Phase B construction, which is from Auburn Street to Boonton Street, then you would vote no. And then subsequently, vote in favor of just B.
Or not.
Or not.
So there
But that's
will
what-
be.
that's what we would be voting.
If I may, so we're really looking at two votes.
No, well, the first one.
The first vote is the A and B question, which I think is
A
in
and
there
B.
somewhere.
A and
And then the second is whether or not
As originally
Right.
proposed.
to eliminate the whole
So if you-
CIP
so
for
if
the
you
whole
read
thing.
it, if you read it, the first part of the sentence says, eliminate Langley Parkway CIP 40.
Right.
Period. That's number one, right? That's the first half of it. And then is the word and, okay? The second part of it is granting the manager the authority to negotiate those property rights. That's the second half of that motion, okay? In discussing the second half of the motion, I had written 3B because that was what the council had discussed at our agenda-setting priority session. Council Brown, you can speak for yourself, you did not agree with that. You said, no, I don't want it to be limited to B. I want it to apply to A and B, and by eliminating B, it leaves it with just phase 3. Council Brown.
Your Honor, I could just clarify that I will vote to eliminate it either way, whether it's all or it's just B. Because I came here with the intention to make the motion just to eliminate CIP 40. The rest of this is negotiation, is in flux, so
So
I'm
let me
comfortable
ask
either way.
you a question. If we just went back to the original motion, you'd be fine?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna take one vote. Thank you, I appreciate that. That made it much simpler. So,
The motion's been,
so the motion has been made by Councilor Champlin, seconded by,
Counselor McLaughlin. Sorry.
she's one next to you, that's
Who's on first?
Councilor McNamara. So the motion would read, and you read it once, I'm gonna read it again.
Okay.
Eliminate Langley Parkway, CIP 40. And for the manager to take the necessary action to negotiate the release of any property rights the city may possess relative to Langley Parkway Phase 3B as identified by the Concord City's Capital Improvement Plan number 40, and to return to the city council formally approve such action via resolution or appropriate city council action. Everybody clear in the motion now?
That's the motion.
Okay, and we have a motion, we have a request for a roll call.
thank you, sir.
Council Fennessy is absent, and I am recusing myself, and we'll start the roll call with Councilor Keach.
Yes.
Councilor Krenick.
No.
Councilor Mattson.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin. Councilor McLaughlin.
I don't know. Can you come back to me? I don't know.
If you agree with,
I know what you're asking me, but I don't have a good decision yet.
No, it's a good decision.
Sorry.
No, it's a good decision.
all right, Councilor McNamara.
It was, but I need to think.
Councilor McNamara.
Yep,
I don't know.
You seconded the motion.
I know, so it would be yes.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Nye. Councilor Nye.
Yes.
Councilor Pierce.
No.
Councilor Rice Hawkins.
Yes.
Councilor Todd.
No.
Councilor Bouchard.
No.
Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Councilor Champlin.
Yes.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Yes.
And Councilor McLaughlin.
I guess I gotta give you an answer, no.
So the answer, 1, 2,
5-8.
8 to 5.
8, 2, 5.
Do we need 2/3?
Nope, the motion's adopted. The only time you need 2/3 is when we're out of the budget cycle. So this is the time when actually majority votes. So, all right, that takes us that. So with that, we are still in a work session, and I got my notepad in front of me. Who has other motions?
Should all be exhausted.
Councilor Rice Hawkins.
I'll restate my motion, thank you. Let me find my right note here. I'll make a motion to remove CIP 107, the golf course clubhouse, to move the design from fiscal year 2023 to 2025, and the building construction from 2024 to 2026. Appreciate support.
All right, so it's I'm still looking for CIP 107, so.
Oh, do you want the
Did you
page
write these
number?
out by chance? Any,
Page 338?
Thank you.
did anybody else write out their stuff by chance? All right,
They didn't want it to be as confusing as what you.
you know what, I actually deserve that, so all right, one more time. So
Yes,
So in fiscal year '23, we have general obligation bonds, $490,000 for design, new club, house, and parking lot.
so I'd move that to 2025, and then the following year expenditure to 2026.
And then, so you're moving the FY '24, which is the construction of the clubhouse and parking lot, and you're moving that to FY '26?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. So we have, is there a second motion, a second to that motion?
Yes, second.
Second, Councilor Brown. Is there any discussion? Councilor Krivik.
Thanks, Your Honor. The other night when we were discussing the pro forma for the golf course, one of the items that we talked about, it's an accounting practice. We have ending working capital of about $538,000. We can't move any of that money until we close the fiscal year. Deputy City Manager LeBrun also explained to us that, per Councilor Pierce's question, what exactly is that cost on the bond? And what we were told is, easy fuzzy math. I know you don't like fuzzy math, Mr. LeBrun, but $1 million is $50,000. So if we were to take all of the projects that are expected for the golf course and round it up to $1 million, you're looking at $50,000 on the first year, because the second year you would have paid principal on it and the interest goes down, et cetera. So you take the $490,000 that is budgeted for this year, fuzzy math, $500,000, it's about $25,000. That literally in July, we can take out of the ending working capital and have the golf course fully fund the design of the clubhouse. So that portion would be fully funded by the golf course without any issue whatsoever. It's a moment of pause for a budgetary closure item that literally happens when we close out the fiscal year. Now, the construction of the clubhouse, it's sitting in a budget item out in a future year. We don't even know what the actual cost would be. We don't even know what the design would be, construction costs, anything like that. So it literally just sits there until we get the answer to step number one, which is the design of the golf course. The report clearly stated that by 2026, we could lose the entire building. So taking this moment to just see what we could have for a design would be relevant and important. When we were looking at the community center on the east side of Concord a few years ago, a lot of the discussion around the table was, hey, we need to have a community center on the west side. And this is our opportunity to have a community center. We've had representatives from the ski clubs basically say, hey, can we have space here? We know the New Hampshire Golf Association has an interest here. The pickleball courts would like to come here. We could have something that is more inclusive to the community. We just need to get to the table to have the conversation, and the dollars are there for the golf course to fully fund it. Thanks.
Councilor Huggins.
Thank you. May I ask you a question of you, Councilor Kretovic? Is there a reason why there hasn't been a booster club established for the golf course like there have been for so many other programs? It strikes me as a pretty glaring absence, given the amount of dollars, taxpayer dollars and investments we're making in this golf course that is not accessible to everybody in the city because of the high cost of this sport. And this isn't a judgment when I ask this about golf. I think it's great that Concord has a lot of different activities and opportunities for families and individuals to enjoy. It's really just a matter of priorities in this tough budget year and the absence of some of those booster activities.
So the golf course falls under the Recreation Department. The Recreation Department already has a mechanism for donations. There was a tax change, I think 2 years ago. There is no benefit to give anything above $600 for any individual anymore, unless you actually have enough money to do that, what do they call it? Don't take the general deduction, do the itemized deduction. I don't fall into that category. I might never fall into that category. There's no taxation benefit to it. So while you say that we might have a booster, we do already sell advertising opportunities at the golf course with the golf cards and some of the golf holes and et cetera. But the expense that you're talking about for the golf course and the golf course clubhouse, much like the arena, it'd be impossible for us to fund everything, just like with the airport. And yet at the same time, we fund the library and other facilities across the city. This is a facility that is an asset to the community, asset in the terms of not just the recreational value of it, it is a monetary asset that we are going to lose if we do not act.
Follow up?
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if you had a chance to review it. I did put in an info request about what types of, like, Friends of White Park and the Concord Skate Park Association were affiliated with each department or program. The golf club didn't flag any. Parks and Rec provided an entire page of groups that they work with for grants and for sponsorships. So your point that the $600 donation is precluding people from supporting the golf club, are you saying that's why there's no booster club for the golf club?
So the Ski the Beav was on there. It was on that list through the Recreation Department. And that is part of the recreation at the golf course facility.
Follow up, and then I'll move on to somebody
If
else.
you want to make a comment, that'd be great, because I got a couple of people on record to
Yeah,
speak to.
I'll just note that I believe those expenses were specifically for the winter sports, correct? I'm asking more about for those who are doing golf club activities.
At the golf course, most of the activities that we do related to boosters are tournaments for nonprofit organizations as a way for them to raise funds for their organizations. We're not out there raising funds for Beaver Meadow. We're out there paying for our fees every single time we go out and golf. And it funds the entire operations of the golf course and has for the past several years, thanks to COVID. So if the question is, why don't we have a booster club? I don't know what we would be boostering for. We have people that donate to the golf course trees in memory of people that have passed away. People donate benches so that there's a place to sit while people are waiting. And again, they are commemorative to people that have passed away that were longtime members. We have people that donate bubblers so that there's water accessible out on the course. So I don't know what your request for a booster club is. We looked at it several years ago, and it was decided it would be kept under the Recreation Department.
Thank you. Council Pierce.
Thank you. If just to add some clarification, over the last 40 years, I've raised a lot of money for a lot of organizations within the city. And you do get to the point where you're a 501c3 not-for-profit, where you can do it, and there's the tax advantages of donating to that. One of the hardest things to do is raise money for an organization that is owned by a municipality or a state to help with programs. I know Councilor Champlin and I did a lot of work at the McAuliffe Shepherd Discovery Center, and people say, well, that's supported by the state. You aren't going to raise money for that. I look at the golf course as pretty much being self-funded. You're paying good money to play there. When you look at the library, when you look at the pools, it's all part of what makes Concord a great community, but they need help. It's like your teachers in school, right? You bring in the wipes, you bring in those kinds of things to help out the teacher in the classroom, but you're not apt to give money to the schools because that's what your tax dollars are going towards. So I think you may be comparing apples to oranges, in my opinion. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Council Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just like to say that the reason I seconded this was we heard testimony from people who love Beaver Meadow. We saw a father and his son who's from Bow, and we saw a wife and her husband who were excited about Beaver Meadow. And I see this pause, not eliminating it, just pausing it to allow those people to show how much they love Beaver Meadow by, it could be like a celebration tournament. I would be more than happy to help with a fundraiser or something. I don't golf, but I would love to help with an event because we can allow folks from outside our community to show how much they love Beaver Meadow by investing in it, because it has been the same rate all along. And we heard from the father when I asked, would you pay more? And he said yes. So it can be just a showy thing, but it gives people a chance to pause. And also, the woman and her husband, she said she would happily fundraise for it. So I'm excited about that. Thank you, Counselor, for bringing up other
facilities, I know that there was fundraising for the Merrimack Lodge, which was very successful, and it didn't happen right away. I think just as the city manager advised me when I said, well, how much will benches cost on that patio? He said, you know, it's a good idea to get donations because then you get buy-in from the community. So I think it's showing buy-in from the community for this great asset. And we do have another facility, thank you for also mentioning the library. The Pennacook Library was closed during COVID. It only just recently opened for 5 hours. Yes, I see you. And that's also had an assessment that was done, and because it was closed and it wasn't open, and it needs to be renovated, and that is a cooling station. And 5 hours isn't really long enough. I think one of the things I'm going to advocate for is 2 part-time library assistants so that we can have it open another 5 hours. Not much time, but it's also a facility that we offer to our residents, similar to the golf course. Let's show some love to those other buildings that were neglected during COVID. So that is why I seconded that motion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Bouchard and then Councilor Keach. And Councilor Todd.
Thank you. I think people show their love of Beaver Meadow because they pay to play. And they go there, and it's the place where even if you don't play, you can go have lunch. Even if you don't really want to play golf and you just want to putt for free or just hit balls for under $10. I think this is a dangerous road. We didn't ask people to show their love for new pickleball courts in Pennacook. We don't ask people to show their love for, you know, a lot of things, the pools. So I think this is a dangerous road. If not for Beaver Meadow being close and nearby, I would not play. I play very badly. Nobody likes playing with me. But I would not play golf because I couldn't afford the private courses. This allows people like me, who are just a casual player, it's a sport I kind of like to do, allows me the opportunity to do it. You know, whereas, you know, I might not want to ride a bicycle on trails, or no longer might have the ability to do it. But I don't disparage people or question them, you know, riding bikes on trails. I don't, you know, I don't use the pools, but I think it's a great thing for the city to have. I don't expect, you know, users to be told, you know, they have to go show their love for the pool before we renovate another one. I just think this is a wrong road to go on. This is a great asset. It's an asset that once we, especially with a new clubhouse, we'll start paying more, paying for itself. And as we've seen now during COVID, more and more people are playing. The gentleman from Bow and his son was talking about, you know, the program he has for children, for a youth program. So I think, you know, what makes Concord to me very special is that we have sports for everybody, no matter what you want to do. You want to play golf, you want to swim, you want to walk, pickleball, tennis, basketball. I mean, we don't ask people to show their love for basketball courts and fundraise for the nets and the backboards when they disappear and break. So I will not be supporting this motion. I think it's been testified to that do the study to see what is needed for the clubhouse is going to be paid for out of a fund. So I think that's moot. So if I understood that correctly.
Let's Keach.
Thank you, I'll be brief. Councilor, not that we're not Councilor Bouchard, but to your point, I see the golf course is one of many recreational assets, such as pools, basketball courts, tennis courts, the list goes on. And we don't ask those folks to fundraise, so I think that's a very valid point. But beyond that, it's unfortunate that we refer to the new building as a clubhouse because it's a misnomer, because it's more than just a house that caters to golfers. It's really a multi-functioning community center in a part of Concord that does not have a community center. So I really view it in that vein. And I think there's an attitude with some councilors that they see the golf course as catering to a very small elite group of people. and it's a much more bigger place than that. And so I would not be in favor of that.
Council Todd?
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, Mayor Pro Tem Bouchard also took a lot of my thoughts as well. But I was wondering if, in fact, we were able to, maybe this is a question for Mr. City Manager, if we were going to adopt Councilor Rice Hawkins' suggestion, what would be the actual financial impact for taxpayers in this coming fiscal year? What, in other words,
I was going to address that, but
Okay.
the answer is zero.
Yeah, zero. So there's really, because I know I've had some people say, I don't want to see my money, my tax dollars go to the golf course. So I just wanted to clarify that, in fact, that we're not really talking about an impact on your tax increase with regard to moving forward with the golf course renovations as planned. Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Rice Hawkins.
Thank you. I was just going to gently remind this council that last summer when the Concord Skate Park folks came to us and Councilor Bouchard and I went down to meet with them, one of the things that was shared with them there and then was re-echoed by members of the council at the Parks and Recreation meeting that they came to the following month, that they needed to start a nonprofit and fundraise in order to be taken seriously by the city to invest funds, and that they needed to show, demonstrate their commitment and their financial commitment to improvements to the skate park. I also would reference that we've got Friends of White Park fundraising for an ADA accessible playground with city support and collaboration, that we have the skate house. There are many other things across the city that we actually do encourage and have specifically told groups that they need to do. So it does feel a little inconsistent that for this program, for the golf course, that there are so many folks who are putting up barriers for why we would do that. When I think it's a great thing to just put this project on pause for a couple of years, ask the golf committee to look at a couple of things. I had requested information about the cost breakdown between our golf course membership and tee rates versus other golf clubs in the area. I asked that at the last meeting. I put in an information request. It turns out we only looked at one or two items and not a comprehensive chart. I will say, from serving on the Arena Advisory Committee, each year we get a chart of what the rates are for ice time at all of the other nearby facilities that help us make determinations for ours. I would note in the golf club, or the golf rates that were set for Concord, that they are quite low compared to the other one that was referenced. I'm not saying that's good or bad, because I do want to make things more accessible, but golf is an expensive sport, no matter how you cut it. And so there, you know, even if it's lower, not every community member can access it. We also don't even have public transportation to it, and wouldn't on the weekends either. So there's a lot of these things. So I would love for the golf committee to take a look at, to do that comprehensive report, so we can see the rates for other nearby facilities, to look at having a booster club, to spend this pause time to really kind of reevaluate how those who are enthusiastic about this facility and this sport, to be able to be good partners with the city, because I got a lot of constituent requests and calls about why we are investing so much into this. And I did share back, you know, the revenue the golf course is generating now, but those expenditures obviously far outweigh with those dollars coming in. And we had just asked at a couple meetings ago about making sure that funds that are generating revenue, that are getting large investments from the city, don't necessarily get a hold on to those funds, but that those are going back into the larger budget, which is a really important part of this as well. Because we do have funds that are not going to be self-sustaining, right? We've made a commitment to have good parks. We've made a commitment to have our pools open. So those are different types of programs that we need to allocate dollars to. Thank you.
Council Nine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Manager, do the sales from the pro shop and sales from tee fees support the golf course?
Yes.
So it's kind of fundraising in and of itself, how we sustain it. That having been said, what it really sounds like Councilor Rice Hawkins is advocating for is to raise the rates. That's putting words in your mouth. I don't mean to do that, but that's one mechanism by which we could increase fundraising at the golf courses to raise prices. I'm not advocating for that. I don't golf. Doesn't really matter to me. It does beg a question, though, relative to the CIP and other pro formas. In other pro formas, we actually build into those schedules rate increases such that the ending working capital hits target marks so that we can see multiple years out. Is there a reason why in the arena pro forma and the golf pro forma that we don't include future rate increases to basically have a visual picture of sustaining working capital?
I think both of those are more dynamic. You need to be able to maneuver annually what the rates need to be based on what the market is. The city council, a few years back, gave me the authority to actually do dynamic pricing on that, so to take advantage of when, you can bring in additional dollars based on potential different usages and when you can't. So we do that on a regular basis. I think the point that you made regarding the rates is that obviously the better the product that you have, the more people are willing to pay for it and thinking that they're getting value. I would think that that if you were going to have an improved facility with a bigger restaurant, with a outside usage for a private, say, an entity like the Golf Association, you'd be generating revenues to help pay for some of those costs. That's why you do it. You wouldn't, I think you take a whole different look at the rate structure and say, okay, we have, what do we charge for the restaurant to be there? What do we charge for people to use the facility? What do we charge for events? You take a fresh look at all of that and make a determination of whether or not, when you look at the pro forma for a new clubhouse, if you ever get to that point, you'd say, okay, how are we going to help pay for this thing over time? And it would be, you're not going to have a new clubhouse for 20 years. You're going to have a new clubhouse for 50 years.
Follow-up question, Your Honor? Sure. Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate the explanation. I agree with what you said. Perhaps as one way of addressing all concerns would be to, picturing a bucket or a column as you enter the golf course, you can make a donation as you go in. That's fundraising, or perhaps even giving members the opportunity to pledge an extra $10 with your annual membership.
I think what you could do, but I go back to Councilor Keach's point, it's when I've talked to different members of the staff and the golf course folks, the idea is it would not be a clubhouse. The idea was it would be, and when you built the community center across the river, one of the items that you said was, and after we do that, we need to build a community center on this side of the river for the folks on this side. And this could potentially be that. I mean, you've tried to expand the uses there. So I think that's one of the things that you'd look at. But if you recall, when we built the community center, citywide community center, you had tremendous amount of work you put into the pro formas about how much revenue you were going to generate and how much you could actually charge folks. Because a lot of places in this country, you're charged a lot of dollars to be able to use facilities like that. It's not all free for people to come in. This council made a conscious decision to try to make it as affordable as possible, and you've actually taken further steps on that to make it affordable. So I think there may be elements in a new facility, if you ever go that way, where there are going to be revenue-generating sections, but there also could be areas where we're going to make it available so that people can use it for free, for different, whether it's community events or children being there. I mean, there's again, it's something you'd have to take a complete look at before you ever got into funding a new facility.
Thank you.
I think I had Council Bouchard next, then Council Pierce, so Bouchard, Pierce, and Rice Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're good? Pierce.
Oh,
Council Pierce.
Yeah, you're up.
okay.
I'm trying to measure hands, I'm sorry.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
still back on
I
Riley
have just a
Parkway's motion.
couple of questions. First to comment, I think what we have today at Beaver Meadow is the result of simple economics, which is if you offer a quality product at a fair price, more people will buy your product and you will raise more revenue. And thank goodness to the taxpayers of the city of Concord that they've supported that. We have great management, and I think it will continue to grow. I do have a question, though, for Councilor Rice Hawkins. One of the last things you said, if I misunderstand it, I apologize. Did you say that the expenses far outweigh what the revenues are from the golf course? Would you repeat that, please?
Yes, so we've had ebbs and flows, right, in this fund, and so even if the golf club is having a resurgence right now because COVID, people staying local, more people enjoying golf, which is all great, it doesn't mean that that has always been the case, and I think that we're looking at potentially putting a lot of dollars into there without any kind of support from anybody else outside of the city, or other than the city, right? And so that's a concern to me, that we are investing a lot. I do think that, and this is true, again, I sat on Arena Advisory, to make big investments in some of these departments, it is gonna take the city budget to do that, right? These funds are not gonna be able to do that themselves, which is another good reason for us to pause and see if there's other outside fundraising or support that could be done, because this is a facility that traditionally hasn't done that, even though we've asked other programs to do that. And if I may, if you have a follow-up to there, I have a.
Well, no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and to that as well, and I thank Councilor Nyan for not putting words in my mouth, because I was very clear, I'm not advocating whether or not the prices should change. I just think that we need a better sense of how we compare to other golf clubs and what our rates are. But it does strike me as well that we're not providing Concord residents with any perks. We actually don't even know how many Concord residents are using the golf course compared to out-of-town users, because we're currently not tracking that. So one thing I would also love to see the Golf Advisory Club do over the next couple of years is to put some systems in place to figure out how many Concord residents have memberships or are utilizing tee times versus other users. Is that a place, maybe we don't raise rates for Concord residents, but we incrementally raise for out-of-town users, and that's a benefit of being a Concord resident, just like we have for other programs. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. Sure. Why would that matter? If a golfer is paying their greens fees and their cart fees, and the course continues to do well from a revenue perspective, why do we care where the golfers are from? Because the revenues, of course, any excess helps pay off the capital investments and so on and so forth. So I'm not making the connection.
Yep, it's an excellent question. It's why having a chart of how much we charge versus other area golf courses would be really helpful for guiding that decision. And also, we do that currently. So Parks and Rec, if you do a camp or a program, you pay a different rate as a city resident versus an out-of-town. Our pools are open to city residents for free, but you can buy a pass as somebody from out of town. So it strikes me that this program doesn't do that, but we do it in other places. So maybe it's an avenue for some additional revenue, maybe not. That's something that, but it doesn't appear that we have looked at that, and we don't even have data to help guide whether or not we're making the right decision here.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor. Councilor Rice Hawkins, we had that model for decades. Yep. And what happened was Canterbury Country Club came online, and we lost a large number of our membership to that new golf club. And as a means to attract and grow the membership, it was decided at that time by that city council, not me, as well as the Golf Advisory Board, to eliminate the differential rate between whether you were a resident or a non-resident. And that differential was very small. It might have been $50, but it really was a manner to reattract members that had left and gone to Canterbury Country Club. And the situation that we're in now is that the members of Canterbury Country Club and Pembroke are starting to come back to our course because it is a better product and a better cost for individuals in this economic time. So part of the growth that we're seeing in our membership is actually coming from our competitive golf courses in the area.
I'm just gonna, it's 7:34.
Yeah.
I want to be respectful of everyone who attended. I want to be respectful of anybody else who wants to make motions. So maybe we start kind of wrapping up the conversation, if that's okay. But I want to make sure everybody gets their say. Councilor Champlin, you have not spoken.
Thanks, Your Honor. Just one quick question for the city manager. Do we have any idea whether a delay would jeopardize our opportunity to have the Golfing Association be a tenant and help defray the capital costs?
I think it would, and the reason I have the dollars in here this year is because we've delayed for 3 years already.
And follow up, Your Honor? And so, you know, without that tenant, more of the, now I've lost my words, I'm sorry. But basically, it would be more expensive for the
Right,
people of Concord.
You'd lose that revenue opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Rice Hawkins.
Oh, I was just gonna follow up about membership rates.
I can talk off all night, promise.
Just what,
Move the question.
yeah.
I had recognized myself before we did. Does anybody else want to speak with us? All right, I just want to give a couple, Councilor Brown, you ready?
Well, I was just
Go
going to
ahead.
say,
All yours.
you know, I have heard from
Please.
constituents that are not comfortable with this. And that's why I thought buying some time would help get that buy-in from those constituents, those members of Concord that don't see it as an asset, that are saying, you know, let's pave our roads. And when I find out that paving a 2-mile road costs less than the design, how do I justify that to my constituents, that yes, this is definitely worthwhile? And when I look at it, and the clubhouse that we're proposing is 3 times the size, and we're talking about it possibly being a community center, but there's no public transportation, you know, I have a hard time justifying that to my constituents, which is why a pause would help for them to see the popularity of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I really, although we're talking about a city asset, I think this is a really bigger conversation. I think a lot of good things have really come out of this. And I just wanted to make a couple general comments and talk specifically about this motion. First is, I do think, Councilor Keach, you're absolutely right, that this is more in line with what we had talked about when we originally did the citywide community center across the street on the Heights, and that there would be something over here. I think that over time, this building has become much, much more of a community center where everyone in the community has access to it, whether it be in the summer, whether it be golf, whether it be skiing. You know, there was a question, and I was really glad somebody asked a question about elections. Why do we have elections there? Because we used to have them at Beaver Meadow, and the reason we don't have them there anymore is because it's not handicap accessible. And for goodness sakes, we do not want to go back to a place that's not handicap accessible for elections. This location is desirable because it is easy access for everyone, and it's more in the center of the ward than where we had been in the past. I think that, you know, we have a committee that was established to talk about fees, and this is where I watch the manager just squirm when I do this, because I have a philosophical belief that we should absolutely not be telling a private group, telling any group to form a nonprofit to raise money for skate parks. I have been always vehemently opposed to that. My mother sits on my shoulder as a person who was a teacher who wanted to make sure every single person had access to everything, to make sure that everyone had the opportunity to play, and that's why I'm very proud of the Parks and Recs, that we have a scholarship program. I think it's wrong that, you know, that we charge for the use of rooms at the library. And again, you're gonna watch them squirm. I think it's wrong that we charge for the use of the rooms at the community center. Now, I understand, I have perhaps a minority view in some of this, because there has been, as the manager correctly pointed out, a view from the council that we are going to try to offset some of the costs going forth. I personally have always been opposed to that. I think that if we are gonna have city assets, city facilities, they should be open and accessible to make sure to everybody. So I cringe every time we talk about this idea of we're gonna go raise money. So Monkey Around Playground, I think that's another, you know, great one. I remember being all 30 years ago when, you know, when the kids were young and we were involved in that. But we've done this a certain way, and hopefully we can maybe rethink those. If somebody agrees with me, that I would welcome. In terms of this particular item, if we were to move this out from 23 to 25, I think, Councilor Rice Hawkins, you said something that was really important, and that was that you are really concerned about the taxpayer and the rate. And I think we can all say we're all concerned about that as well. I have dove deep into this budget to try to find reductions, and Mr. Manager, you write a very tight budget. It is hard to come up with, unless we want to really cut services, and we'd have to eliminate personnel. That's really where the savings would be if we chose to do that. This particular move, by moving it out for 23 to 25, does not affect the tax rate at all, zero. And So by not affecting the tax rate, by having already moved it out 3 years and not doing it, knowing that that building, and I don't want to be graphic about what's going on at that building, but it is not healthy. It is not a healthy place to be. I believe I'm correct if I was to ask Mr. LeBrun, we would not even be issuing the bonds until potentially 2025, 2026, because they go out to the 20-year bond, include it all together. So not only are you not going to feel it this year in any tax rate increase, you're not going to feel it next year in any tax rate increase. It would be more along the lines of FY25 before we even go out to the bond market. So I think that if you choose to do something different than the golf course, I would definitely support your motion. I think it's high time that we invest in a building which is, from all intents and purposes, a report we got back falling down around itself. We would also have to have a discussion, I think, if you're talking about use and participation, the West Street Ward House, which is for many people in this community, a very historic building that we no longer use. It has very, very little use. But in that CIP, we have hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep and maintain that building when virtually nobody uses it. No one uses it. So I think these discussions are important to continue to have, but this particular building is used. It is used year-round. It is now a year-round facility, and I don't think it's necessary to wait at this point. And I feel very confident in saying that it has no impact upon the tax rate whatsoever. So I appreciate the discussion. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote, and I'll try to get my notes together here. Okay, so the motion, just to repeat, make sure I'm clear, is to move out CIP item 107 from FY '23 to '25, and then from FY '24 to '26. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I will vote no. Councilor Brown?
I will vote yes.
Thank you. Councilor Champlin?
No.
Councilor Fennessy is excused. Councilor Gray Sexton?
No.
Councilor Keach?
No.
Councilor Credvick?
No.
Councilor Mattson?
No.
Councilor McLaughlin?
No.
Councilor McNamara?
No.
Councilor Nine?
No.
Councilor Pierce?
No.
Councilor Rice Hawkins?
Yes.
Councilor Todd?
No.
Councilor Bouchard?
No.
And I do believe I got everybody. The motion fails 2 to 12, or 12 to. Okay, we're now open for further changes and motions. Councilor Brown, you said you would?
Yes, I apologize that this came in late to my fellow counselors, and it was because of the way I filled out the yellow sheet. I would like to see us maximize the use of the north side enclosed area of the library based on the library director's list of items that it would require and general services numbers. It would come to $331,000, and that includes gates that are controlled, that are emergency exit, sidewalk to a connection to the Green Street, pavers, filling it to grade so that it is ADA accessible, and Wi-Fi. We heard from Mr. Schweiker just how important it is to be able to sit and use the Wi-Fi. And I think we're not building a new building. We are taking advantage of one that we have and expanding it for our residents, especially when during the summer, the last 3 years, there have been 70 days where the temperature has been 80 degrees or more, and of those 70 days, 30 have been 90 degrees or more. So if you're just walking around, and we really have worked hard to make a walkable downtown, you need a little break, you need some shade, and we've lost 38% of our tree canopy, so this gives someone respite, and it encourages literacy, and would be a wonderful home for the boy and turtle statue. And this is something that is a one-time investment, so it's not a recurring one, but it's one that all ages and abilities could enjoy. I would like you to please consider this.
Thank you. Councilor Brown, so what CIP item is that?
It is not a CIP. It is a,
It's a new item.
What-
New thing.
Could I think what she would like to do, if you don't mind, is add it to CIP 68 That's what, under library improvements?
Yes.
Right, so that's where you'd find all the other property acquisition, construction of additions to the library itself. So you'd add something in 23,
What number?
68, library.
Thank you, City Manager.
That's right, it's an existing CIP item, so you don't have to create a new one, and you'd add
3, I added up the numbers, 331.
331 in 2023.
What page are we on again?
Looks like page
295.
295.
I have 295.
I have to go to the big book.
Okay.
I'm in the detail.
Yep, I got you, yep. So this would be for FY '23, and it would be an appropriation for $331,000 for gate, sidewalk, pavers, Wi-Fi, I think you said?
Yes, and fill to grade.
And what?
Fill to grade. It was in a yellow sheet that was just received today, this afternoon.
Okay. And so would that, what would the funding type be for that?
Yeah. You are trying not to impact the tax rate, or do you want to
Well, I was going to,
this year?
I would like it this year. If we cannot impact the tax rate, that would be wonderful. I would not go along with number 3 on this list, so that,
Which number 3?
I'm sorry, CIP 51. But I am open to,
CIP 51?
The white part that we already took a vote on.
oh, did we already take a vote on that? So long
So
ago.
if you didn't want it to impact taxes this year, you do
Right.
general obligation bonds would be the funding source.
Right.
If you wanted it to cost money this year, increase the tax rate, then it'd be, general fund transfer, which would be cash.
Oh.
Buy it now or pay it later.
Hold on.
I am, well, there are some other things I was going to suggest removing. I'm not sure if that would help. I was going to suggest pausing the irrigation for this year because that's $340,000. And in exchange, so we've given a lot of love.
So so you'll want to put these
Swap.
together as one big motion.
Okay, yes, as one motion. We've paid 1.4 million in irrigation so far, and we saw that the last year, irrigation costs were 2,000 and some odd, and before that, it was less than 1,000. So I'm just suggesting pausing and diverting those funds to creating a cooling area at the library. Not, just pausing, and, so we're not changing the tax rate.
What number is the CIP for
I think we're
irrigation?
talking 235. Let me get there.
$235 is page 357.
And
So you would, from 235, you would remove which ones?
Just the irrigation, which is 340 it's almost a comparable cost.
So
I would just
part
push
of it's
that out.
general obligation bonds and the other's golf.
Could
bonds?
golf subsidize
So
it?
you have two things, you have 325 and you have 15,000. So I'm assuming you're just looking at the general obligation bonds.
Or unless golf wouldn't mind subsidizing a cooling station at the, I don't know if that's possible.
anything's possible with the council. Right, so it'd be, you'd be removing the general obligation bonds for $325,000 for the irrigation system improvements, and $15,000, because it wouldn't make sense to have the $15,000 in irrigation system improvements from the Gulf Fund share.
Yes.
So that opens up, if that's successful, that would open up $325,000 in general obligations bonds. So if you did $350, you'd still need another 25, or reduce the $350 to $325.
So it's 331.
Where'd you get the 350?
340.
Oh, I'm so sorry, 330, it was 331.
331, so we would have an excess of 99,000 that we could put
No, no,
towards.
no, the 15.
You can't use the
Oh,
50.
okay, okay. Oh, okay.
So you're short 6,000.
Okay.
It's in the ballpark.
Okay, so if I understand the motion, let me try to repeat it. So the motion is to add $331,000 in general obligation bonds to CIP 68 for the purposes of gate, sidewalk, pavers, Wi-Fi, and filter grade, what that means, at the library. And also with the motion is to remove item 235, CIP item 235, the irrigation system, which would be $325,000 irrigation system for the first 17th and 18th holes. That is the general fund share. Is that correct? Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Could the city manager talk about what the pause on the irrigation?
I tell you what, I'm all for the answer to the
I'll
question.
second and then do
Thank you.
that.
All right.
Thank you.
So we have motions, been duly seconded, and there a question for you,
Probably
Mr.
best if I bring someone up who,
Good idea.
'cause I can turn it on, but that's about it. I mean,
What was the question, Your Honor?
I believe Councilor Rice Hawkins was questioning what is the impact of
Yep.
delay.
On the pause on the improvements at the first 17th and 18th holes.
And then after you, I have Councilor Kretovic to speak. Good evening and welcome, gentlemen. Good evening.
Thank you. I would probably argue that the city manager couldn't even turn the irrigation system on. Probably doesn't even know where that
Stuck in mine at home.
Yeah. So, I mean, there definitely is there's an impact to the golf course. You know, we've been working at this irrigation system, which is probably 40-plus years old. And I think that, you know, as we delay things, you know, there are breaks in the system. You know, the quality of the course is, you know, can be, I don't want to say in jeopardy, but it affects the quality of the course because of the amount of water that's able to be put on the course. We've done a lot of good work over the years, and continuing that good work is really very important. Phil can talk about the, you know, more details of the irrigation with regard to the fairways, the greens, and all the other things that we do. So I'll turn it over to Phil for a moment.
Yeah, certainly. So what we're seeing in positive course conditions obviously directly affects revenue. The back nine has always been kind of a struggling place to grow grass. We've obviously had tree projects that have successfully helped our grass grow, but the utilization of a new system that is effective with where we squirt the water, best way to say it, or irrigate, has really kind of pinpointed our use of the water, and you can certainly see it everywhere. I'm sure we all know about the costs of piping, so to pause on this project right now is just going to be exponentially more expensive as we move forward.
Follow up?
Please.
Thank you. So I noticed that, or I guess two questions in this one. I noticed that we have irrigation system improvements slated for 2023, 2024, two of them in 2024, 2025, and 2026. So it sounds like because of the phased in, the analysis is the improvements need to be made at some point in the near future, but since these are slated out already, there's not a specific reason, like the first 17th and 18th holes they're slated for this year, like urgently have to be done this year.
I think if you look at the layout of the golf course, where the irrigation pond is and where the pump house is, so if you can picture the pump house is way in the back part of the course, and the irrigation system improvements have been working their way forward towards the front nine of the course, which really buffers on Sewell's Falls Bridge Road, which is, you know, holes 5 and 6. So if you think about as they're going forward and you start working from where that pond is, and then you just kind of branch yourself out until you get to the farther reaches of where that irrigation system goes. And if you look at the last year's is 6, 7, and 8. So you don't want to replace piping on the farthest part of it before you've done the repairs on the closest part to where the irrigation and pump house is. So it's kind of like a spider in a way. You're just kind of branching yourself out and going to the farther reaches of where the system's flows out to. And that's the reason for the, there is a thought process behind how these holes are actually laid out and how that system was actually put together.
Follow up from that. And then the general obligation bonds would pay for between $325,000 to $390,000 per year for the next 4 years for those improvements, and the golf bonds would come in at around $15,000 for each of those years.
That is the way that it's presented here, yes.
Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to ask one question, but then go back to my original question. Mr. Davis, do you recall a couple of years ago, there were, I believe, 2 golf courses in the area that lost their irrigation systems, and what the impact was that was? I think Stonebridge was one of them, Loudon might have been the other.
Yeah, I mean, they spent thousands and thousands of dollars to bring their golf course back to
And
good condition.
Stonebridge lost their entire pond, correct?
Yes, yes.
So there was no irrigation?
They had zero irrigation. They were trucking in water to keep their assets alive, which was the greens first, then tees.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, I'm sorry, my original question was for you, not these gentlemen. Every year, I believe the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation, we apply for a grant to do landscaping and such on some of the city properties. Do you recall what the amount of that grant is? I think this year we're using it for the City Plaza out front for landscaping, is that correct?
Right. Do you remember?
It's around $22,000 to $23,000 annually. It changes a little bit every year.
Yes. And so this coming fiscal year, if we didn't have it already targeted, we could look at allocating some of those funds towards the library and improvements on the patio. Is the library air conditioned? Thank you.
If I could add something, the reason I put these in here, and the reason it's phased in is because of the expense. But my concern is that if you have a blowout on the course, which we do 2 or 3 times a year, and I'm trying to get to the point where, that isn't a yearly spring occurrence. My concern is that we put so much money into the fairways and the tees that that if you do that, you're going to destroy, and destroy is not too strong of a word, that whole section of that course. And then the dollars you have to reinvest to put that back together, and the quality, the impact on the play, and then as Phil had said, the number of folks who then come and play there, are they going to want to play in a course that's damaged? No. That's what we're trying to get to. So when you get to the point where you have a system that's well over it should have been replaced decades ago, in my mind. That's what I'm trying to avoid. So far, we've avoided some of those situations, but we don't. Again, 2 or 3 times a year is a major blowout. So again, and it feels like every time that happens to me and it gets reported to me, it's almost like somebody took their vehicle out on the course, right? And destroyed something, and then you feel like just when you made some real progress, you're back, and you're having to spend all that money again. So that's the reason I have it in there.
Thank you.
Council McNamara.
Just a clarification. So I'm hearing you say $300,000 to do some aesthetic changes on the outside patio of the library so that people could have a cool, natural space.
Correct. May I respond?
Sure.
It's to make it ADA accessible.
Right.
That's the greater expense. I wasn't expecting that it would be that expensive, but to make something ADA accessible, that is what it costs.
And we don't currently use that patio.
We don't, and it is an asset that we are not utilizing.
My concern with this, and I love using outdoor spaces, and I love that it would be ADA accessible. My concern is I'm hearing that we have folks in Pennacook that have a library that they only have 5 hours that they can use that library a week. Is that correct? And that's my concern, that I would not vote for this because I'm seeing other concerns in our communities where there are needs, and I don't want to put $300,000 towards something that.
May I?
Yeah.
Great, Sexton, I'll come back to you.
Of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. City Manager, if we are expanding the space within the library, do you know if we would need to provide additional staffing for that library space? I know we've had some security concerns.
At the existing library, or at the?
Right, to create this
I
new
think you
space.
might have to. I think we could, I think I could find, if you told me to find a way to try to make it happen, I could try to make that happen. But you're right, there'd be additional costs, because you'd want, and the reason, the Councilor Brown points out, the security issues here. One of the reasons we haven't gone this way, because I really like the idea. I think it'd be fabulous amenity to the library, is that the library and I are concerned that, and I'm sure the trustees would be too, if you don't have the right security measures in place, you don't want people wandering in there or materials wandering out of there without full control and access to that. So while it is expensive, I think it'd be a great amenity. You just got to do it right, and to do it right, it's going to cost you some money.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
I just want to speak to Councilor McNamara. Thank you for bringing that up, and because that's another motion that I have is for funding part-time library technicians, which is only $12,343. So I want to do both, just to make that clear.
Councilor Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think it's a great idea, but not for this budget. But I do have concerns about calling it a cooling station, maybe a shaded patio or something else, because I think in a time of a heat emergency, when you say cooling station, that is places for people to go that actually have AC that could cool down. And in the climate that we are in, we're a hot, humid climate, so even if it's shaded in a heat emergency, it'd still be difficult for people to breathe and to actually cool down. So I think if and ever this goes forward, I think a different name, so it wouldn't be during an emergency, people wouldn't go there and it wouldn't be what they were thinking, so.
Thank you. Councilor Dodd.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we were going to go forward with Councilor Brown's suggestion, would there be any concern about future plans for the library? In other words, would this in any way prohibit or impinge on potential plans for future plans for the library generally?
I think, given the gestation period for major capital projects in the city of Concord, I think it would not be money that would be wasted. I think, because you would probably end up tearing off if you really were going to do a major expansion to the main library, you're probably tearing off the whole back of the building anyways, which would probably impact this area. But this would be so small of a impact in comparison to what else is out there that it really, you would impact it, because I think you want to use that space. But again, that's so far so far into the future that if you wanted to do something now, you could.
I understand.
And make it and have value.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion before us. Just to repeat the motion real quick, this would be to add $331,000 to the CIP 68 through general obligation bonds, and it would be to delete from CIP item 235 using general obligation bonds in the amount of $325,000.
Your Honor, request a roll call if I could.
Okay, before that, Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you. I was just going to see if Councilor Brown would be interested in potentially holding on this one, given the cost estimate, and sending it to one of the committees to look at grant potential for it. But up to you. I'm happy to.
Your Honor, may I? Sure. Mr. City Manager, what do you think?
Well, I think you could, the concept is sound. I think maybe what you want to do is if you put it in fiscal year '24.
Okay.
And then if the revenues did become available, or, and the committees, the library trustees, so for example, thought it was a good idea, they can always approach the city council and ask it to be moved forward and say, hey, we have a revenue source, or a partial revenue source, and you can do something like that. That way it's in there, and
Awesome.
the community's aware of it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I would have done it differently. I would do it that way. I would simply instruct, if you're gonna withdraw your motion, I think it'd be, you guys all set? I would just tell you that you should put this in as a CIP item in item 68 for consideration. And I think,
This year or next year?
no, I would do it for next year.
Okay.
But I also would, I think you came up with these numbers really quickly.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit back of the envelope kind of thing, not questioning anybody's intent. I think people worked hard to come up with these numbers, but I'm not confident in them at this moment. And we're doing repairs to the campus. And I think that if you're gonna be doing these repairs to the campus and such, maybe you could figure out if there's a way to also include other things like at the library. So in other words, give them more flexibility than just putting in and identifying, here's what it is, blah, blah, blah. Just tell him to put it in. I think you know the general intent, if that is the intent of the group, I'm not sure, but if it is, then give you the flexibility to, when you're doing these other things, consider this. Councilor Sagas.
That sounds wonderful, and I would just emphasize, I think part of your plan included strengthening the Wi-Fi access, which was a conversation we've had a little bit with constituents, so to draw that out.
Just to talk a little bit about that, my personal experience is not what was suggested during the testimony. I happen to live on this side of the river. You happen to live just around the corner, I think. I see every single night people out front in their cars using the internet. So I wasn't sure what was being referred to, because literally 7 days a week, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, there are cars parked in front of the library where people, not that I'm going to stand up and look in their windows, but, you know, they're watching movies, they're doing email, yeah, well, that's what I do.
It's not just one, it's a whole family of 3 to 5 people on their own devices. So out front, it seems pretty powerful.
So I'm not sure where that came from.
Yeah, I can, if you want. So I think there's kind of two issues going on here. There is, and the Wi-Fi has been turned off at different times of the day. I think people may have seen the response to the info request I put in, and it did sound like there could be some improvements outside of each of the library locations, but there is some usage of it right now. I think the other part, and this isn't necessarily going to be addressed by this, is opportunities. So like when COVID caused the library to be closed, there were people who were out of work, for example, who didn't have computers but needed those to try to find employment. I think those were valid concerns. We never really got to a point where we could address those that well. That's, again, not what this is, but I think that's the other half of what the testimony has been referring to.
I didn't hear that, but
yeah,
fair enough. Okay, so is there still a motion on the floor? Did you withdraw it, or where are we?
I will defer to the,
It's your motion.
okay.
You tell me
All
whether
right.
you want to go forth with it, we take a vote, or would you like to,
May I ask your, Mr. Mayor, Your Honor, may I ask your recommendation to ensure that this happens?
I'm not gonna do that. It's your motion, it's duly
I
seconded.
withdraw.
Withdraw.
I usually go
Second
with
has been
what,
withdrawn, then there is no second. Is there anyone else like the second? There is
Okay.
no second, then. the
Yes,
motion-
then I withdraw the motion.
I think the manager heard the conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further amendments? Councilor Brown, you said you had further ones?
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. I would like to add $12,343 so that the Pennacook Library could be open for another 5 hours. This is the amount that the library director said it would cost for 2 part-time library technicians for 5 additional hours at the Pennacook branch.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded to add, I apologize, 12,000, what is it?
$343.
$43, which will pay for 5 additional hours per week at the Pennacook branch. Is that correct? Okay. Motion made and seconded to do that. Do you have any corresponding way to, do you want to?
The hours,
What's that?
to allocate the hours, like.
Well, no, I mean, So how do you want to fund it? How do you want to fund it?
Well,
How about I make a suggestion?
oh, actually, I do have a suggestion.
How about I make a suggestion?
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So, with the goal in moving this right along, how about we take and add, instead of $162,500 from the, transfer in from the recreation reserve, why don't we increase that by another $12,343?
I second that.
Yes.
A second.
I'll make a
It's her motion, and so it's been seconded, but I'm asking you, is that something acceptable to
I
you?
think that sounds great.
That works?
Okay. So,
Yep, that works.
everyone understand the motion?
Yes.
Adds $12,343, and is also offset by an increase of the $162.50 on page 126. Is that good? Everybody clear on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
I wanted actually to have an opportunity to just make a quick comment before
My
we vote.
apologies.
I'm sorry.
You know what? Two things. I apologize to Council Keach, you asked for roll call. Or was that last time?
That was last time.
Forget it, don't apologize.
I asked for a roll call.
I like
to
not
hear
hear
that,
that,
though.
but thank you. And Council Todd, go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Your
So
Honor.
we're doing a redo, is what we're doing, okay?
Thank you, I appreciate that, Your Honor. Yes, first of all, I very much appreciate Counselor Brown's advocacy for the branch library in Pennacook. I'm sure folks in Pennacook are very happy to hear that. And I had some conversations with the city manager some time ago when he informed me that the branch was going to be opened, and he informed me of the hours that we were going to start off with. And then I believe at that time we had said that when some additional, opportunities came available with moving staffing around and so forth, that you'd be able to work on increasing those hours. So before we vote, I'd like to actually have you just touch on that again, if you would. What would be if we weren't to vote on this tonight, for example, improving the dollars, is there another way to do this where we would be able to have some additional hours added to the branch?
You could, I can't guarantee the additional 5.
Right,
And the fact that you need to have 2 people there at the same time. There's two pieces to this. That is just using the existing facility. The other part of this whole situation is working with the Boys and Girls Club, and regarding the new facility that they're working on up at the former Pennacook Community Center, and having us play a part in that. And that's something that we'd come and talk to the city council about, and the community, and there's going to be a cost associated with that too. And I'm pretty sure that overall cost will be greater than the cost of what we're funding now at the library, and what this additional dollars would do. So you're moving in the direction that you'd be moving in anyways. So I really don't see a problem doing this. It makes sense.
Thank you very much. So Councilor Rice Hawkins is called for a roll call. Councilor Rice Hawkins,
Yes.
thank you. Councilor Todd,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilor Brown,
Yes?
Councilor Champlin,
Yes.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
No.
Councilor Keach.
No.
Councilor Kretovic.
Yep.
What is?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Yepers.
Sorry. Councilor Mattson,
Yes.
Laughlin,
Yes.
Councilor McNamara,
Yes.
Councilor Nyan,
No.
Councilor Pierce.
Yes.
11-3, adopted. Okay, what else? Any other further amendments, changes? Councilor Brown.
Yes, there weren't funds assigned, but this was related to the economic development marketer position. What I would like to see, and in the Appendix B, I believe it was the sustainability director position, and there were funds assigned to that. What I would like to see is the economic development marketer have an emphasis on sustainability, to have, if I may read the responsibilities of a sustainability director, because this is so important. This is one of the major points from the Energy and Environment Committee. They felt this was the most important inclusion. And it was to annually track, improve, and report emissions for city municipal operations, as well as similar estimates for the city of Concord as a whole, coordinate and track the city's progress, municipal operations and community toward the 100% renewable energy resolution, identifying areas of strategic focus, identify opportunities for energy efficiency improvements in municipal operations while promoting energy efficiency programs, such as New Hampshire Saves Concord residents and businesses, include tracking and reporting on energy efficiency efforts, develop a long-range utility master plan for municipal operations, including alignment with carbon reduction and electrification initiatives, develop a set of green or sustainable building standards that reduce the life cycle impacts of construction and renovation projects, develop green procurement policies that reduce life cycle impacts of municipal operations, including carbon, work with key city committees to coordinate and organize the efforts of the city, including the Tree Committee, the Energy and Environment Advisory Committee, Transportation Policy Advisory Committee, the Parking Committee, and the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Communicate, promote, and educate city residents and businesses on sustainable priorities and practices which the city has prioritized. I would like to see a major emphasis when someone is chosen for the economic development marketer position, that they have a background or a strong focus on sustainability, so we can marry the two positions.
So what is your motion?
Can it be an economic development director economic development / sustainability director?
Okay, so, Mrs. Kennedy, can you hear? Can you come on up? Council Pierce, in the meantime, go ahead.
Yeah, in the meantime, is there a line item budget associated with this?
So there, within the city manager's budget, there's, his compensation line, and I understand the compensation line in terms of the position you're referring to. My question is, what authority does the council have, that kind of that bright line between us as policy versus you as carrying it out, to tell you what the job description is?
Yeah, so that's on the side of the management side, the administration side. To the extent that there are positions created, that is subject to the city council, and if there are recommendations, certainly the council can make those recommendations relative to the position, and the administration would put forth the job description for that position for the council to vote on.
Okay, so.
So,
So no.
no. Oh, I thought it was, I interpreted that differently.
You can't do the job description.
May I ask a
Sure,
question?
I thought it was
please.
recommendations.
Would it be, I'll ask this of both of you, would it be appropriate, or is there an opportunity to have some of that sustainability tracking incorporated into an existing role? Either, and the question the city manager is, does he think that's possible? To the city solicitor, would it be an appropriate space for the city council to say that that is something we would like to see done in the city? And leave it to the city manager to determine how that is conducted.
So I think if we're going to change somebody's job description to include those, then we'd have to come back with a revised job description, salary adjustment, and I mean, that's what we're talking about, a new position that would incorporate those pieces. I do not see the economic development position and the sustainability position at all having any overlap whatsoever. They're not, the economic development position will need to be a laser-focused position on economic development, not a position that does various things at various times for different committees and whatnot. That's why I have them as two completely different positions in the budget.
Thank you.
They need to be two completely different positions.
Okay,
Good, okay.
thank you.
How about any further changes, proposed changes? Go on. Councilmember.
Yes, I'm a member of the tree committee, and I would like to remove the $50,000 for the Beaver Meadow tree removal, just because I know that's part of it's the second phase of the process.
I apologize. Can you just give me the CIP number?
I didn't, you know what, I didn't know that I needed to have the CIP numbers.
I just happen to be there. 235, golf course ground improvements. There
Okay, got it. It's got it. $50,000.
Golf-
Vegetation management, phase 2, second, 15, 16
Golf
dollars.
geo bonds.
Got it.
Is that page 235, you said?
That would be page 357.
357.
Item number
CIP is
235.
Okay, I apologize. Continue.
No, just, I know that the report said that the 250 trees that were cut during the first phase, there was no money received for that, and I spoke with a tree expert, and they said, well, you know, there's always a value, and you should always find out if it's pulp, timber, or firewood. So I would like to, if that does move forward, pause it this year and evaluate those, I believe it was 127 trees that are scheduled to be cut down, and to make a determination of the value of those remaining trees by our city forester, Ron Klamarsik.
Okay, we have a motion that's made to remove from golf general obligation bonds $50,000 under fiscal year '23 for vegetation management project phase 2. Is there a second to that motion? Seeing no second, motion fails, or is not taken up. Anyone further? Anything else? You all set? I don't want to be sure.
Going once.
Okay, seeing no one else having any further changes, we're going to take, I'm sorry, Councilor Hawkins. You heard the bell went off.
I know, sorry. Sorry, did we address, sorry, we've gone through so much tonight. Did we actually address keeping the pools open for 3 weeks longer in the budget?
I think we did not specifically talk about this evening. I think during the discussion at that particular time, we talked about the importance of keeping open. I think the manager heard us, and I thought the answer was he was going to keep them open as long as he possibly could, but it became a staffing issue, and as staffing dwindles, the way I understand you're doing it is you will reduce you will not just close, you will reduce the number of pools depending on the staff level you have. Is that?
Right, correct, and that's what we've always done.
So, may I follow? And I know that there has always been money to do that. Is there a way to just put money in the budget to plan for that? And I'm going to give a very particular personal example here. One of your lifeguards is my babysitter, and we are currently making plans for whether or not they will be babysitting for me after the pools close. And so I'm not suggesting this because I want my babysitter or not. It's that families are planning out, and those lifeguards are also planning out, so it'd be better to just have that expectation for everyone.
That is the expectation, is that we will try to, the council has said to me, you have the leeway, don't worry about the money when it comes time to that, as long as I can make the overall budget work. And then I would come to you and say, okay, we only have enough staffing to do 5 or 3 or whatever the number is going to be. So, yeah, so you could put in extra money, but it's really, all it would do is raise the taxes, and I feel I have the authority to do it anyways, because I can operate within the budget line of the Recreation Department.
Okay, so follow-up, could we just advertise a little bit more? Because right now, it does say when the pools close, and so just to make sure.
But there isn't a date, though, is there?
There is a date in some of the publications.
Is there?
That's how I know how to plan for my babysitting.
There is a date advertised, but during in-service training, we clarify when people think about it.
Okay. Does that work?
Yeah,
Okay.
and for the public too, just
Okay.
that won't be,
Sure.
and
We'll post it.
however we need to word it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else?
How much you pay your babysitter?
More than the city.
Okay, so
Which I
with-
support increasing.
So with that, we're gonna reset, we're gonna close the finance committee. We're gonna take about a 10-minute break. We'll come back right around 8:35, and we'll open up for public.
We'll have the revised resolutions.
Okay, we'll be ready for public hearing. I met with him. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the City Council meeting for June 9th. Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Yes. Councilor Bouchard.
Here.
Mayor Boulay.
I am present.
Councilor Brown.
Here.
Councilor Champlin.
Presente.
Councilor Fennessy.
He's excused.
Councilor Grady Sexton. Here. Councilor Keach.
Here.
Councilor Kretovic.
Here.
Councilor Mattson.
Here.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilor McNamara.
Here.
Councilor Nyan.
Present.
Councilor Pierce.
Here.
Councilor Rice Hawkins.
Here.
And Councilor Todd.
Here. Thank you. So we have 4 resolutions in front of us. The first one deals with the operating budget, the second one dealing with the capital budget closeout, the third dealing with capital budget, and the fourth dealing with fees, fines, and rates. With your approval, I would like the Madam Clerk to read all 4 of these items, because I think it's really hard for anyone in the public to come up and figure out which one they're talking about, or if they want to talk about multiple. So is it, with your approval, can we have a hearing on all 4 at the same time?
Yes.
Yes.
The second thing is, we are starting, we do not have our finance director back with the revised resolutions. We will have those by the conclusion of the hearing, but for purposes of moving this along, is it everyone okay with reading the numbers as they were drafted here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First item is a resolution fixing and determining the amount of money to be appropriated by the City of Concord for fiscal year 2023 ending June 30th, 2023 for the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, debt service funds, and de minimis accounts. Then there's a resolution for the annual capital closeout and repurposing of capital project funds. A resolution appropriating for fiscal year 2023 the sum of $19,433,020 for capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds and notes in the amount of $15,082,000 for various capital projects more specifically identified in the budget, and an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Title I, General Code, Chapter 1, Government Organization, Article 1-5, Fees, Fines, and Penalties, Schedule I for water and sewer rates.
Thank you very much. So with that, we're going to open the public hearing, and then before I recognize anybody to come up to testify, I just want to remind folks that you are all incredibly patient sitting through our work session, and hopefully everyone heard all of the changes that we made and were addressed. So with that, who would like to testify? Anyone? So good evening and welcome.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Judith Kurtz. I live on Ridge Road in Ward 5 with my husband, Dr. Anton Kurtz, an orthopedic trauma surgeon at Concord Orthopedics, our 2 children, and a gaggle of pets. I'm here tonight just to offer the perspective of a relatively new resident to Concord. I was here on the 2nd for that epically long effort of work that you all put in and which we all very much appreciate. And so really all I want to say tonight without rehashing anything is thank you for the show of support you made earlier this evening to remove CIP 40. I really appreciate the opportunity to be heard and participate in this process as a relatively new resident of Concord. We've been here for 3 years. And when I think about what brought my family to Concord and what I believe young working families are looking for, I return to the things like this, being able to be engaged in the process, livability, green space, and a promise of mindful development in the future. So I think removing CIP 40 from the budget moves towards a lot of those goals. And also, as someone who's new and has tried to understand and follow it, I was greatly comforted by the fact that you all seemed a bit confused by it as well. So I look forward to a clean slate, a place from where we can all collectively work to address the pressing issues such as sustainable development and the desperate need for housing in the city. Thank you so much for your time and work.
Thank you.
Would you mind spelling your last name?
Certainly, Kurtz.
Did you have it right?
I did, thanks. It's how it sounds, but people always second guess it.
Anybody have any questions?
Heart of Darkness.
Yes, and my husband's first name is Anton. Isn't
You must
that
love that.
crazy? Yeah.
I'd like to thank your husband for repairing my daughter's arm.
Oh.
Wonderful doctor.
Oh, thank you very much. I will pass that along to him.
Okay.
Anything else?
Do Thank you, appreciate
Okay,
coming.
thank you so much.
Stupid helicopters.
I know, right?
Anyone else?
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Corey Bellbrow. I live on Westbourne Road, just down the street from Ms. Kurtz. I also want to thank you for the opportunity to really see democracy at work. You folks have put in a tremendous amount of work, and I appreciate what every one of you has done. You put in 6 hours last week, not quite that much this week yet. But it's working on that. And I just want to say thank you for what appears to be a vote taking CIP 40 off of the CIP. I don't expect that no new roads will ever be built in Concord. I just think that starting from scratch, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work is the way to do this. And I think that's what you're headed towards, and I appreciate that. And I think giving people the chance to speak about what's important to them is really great. That's what makes Concord a great place to live in, but also the ability to be 7/10 of a mile from downtown, but walk 7 miles to the apple orchard is really great too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? See that? Appreciate your patience. Who else? Good evening.
Your Honor and City Council, thank you. My name is Mark Cheever, and I was here last week at 10:52 p.m. when I began my testimony, so I'm glad to be here 2 hours earlier, and I'll keep this short and sweet. Thank you so much for hearing the citizens and residents of Concord about how much we care about this issue. We really appreciate the fact that there was a motion put forward here tonight that addressed our concerns and takes a look at protecting green space, fiscal responsibility, and a plan that looks forward into the future. I think it's great that CIP 40 will be removed, hopefully by vote here shortly officially, and then we can come up with a plan that looks towards the future of Concord and what our residents want looking ahead. Apart from that, I'll just end it there and just say thank you so much for listening, for hearing, for considering the democratic process. I think this was a great example of listening to your citizens' concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome back.
Well, thank you. Good evening, members of council, city manager, city clerk. Tonight you may get your wish. I didn't get all my thoughts written down, so only parts of them. So I'm going to speak to you 3 issues tonight. I'm going to speak about Memorial Field, the golf course, and then about CIP 40. So Memorial Field, I hope what I've heard about the improvements at Memorial Field pan out, specifically the track football field and bleachers. I hope that the track can be reconfigured to allow for a widening of the football field, making the field truly a multi-purpose field. I hope that the track will be expanded from 6 to 8 lanes. I hope that the bleachers will be moved and reconfigured to address the needs for these improvements. And I hope that this time there will be a financial partnership with the school district to share the costs. And I hope that the drainage and geotechnical study can be rescheduled ahead of any potential work being performed at the park. And while this will be an expensive project, if done properly, it will meet the current and future needs of our city's athletic community way into the future. On to Beaver Meadow. CIPs 107, 235, and 530 indicate the golf course will spend $7,604,000 over the next 10 years. These expenses will include design and construction of a new clubhouse and parking lot, maintenance facility improvements, a new storage building, simulator upgrades, rain shed improvements, pump house improvements, and cart barn improvements, irrigation, bunker, driving range, drainage, and cart path improvements, and vegetation management. and it will include aerator and mower replacements. Of this $7,604,000, it is anticipated the golf course will assume $1,104,000 in golf course obligation bonds. The remainder, $6,500,000, to be paid for by the city's general obligation bonds. The golf course's share of the cost is 14.5%. The pro forma does show the golf course making payments to the city through 2028 and for bonded CIP costs. But one has to ask if the golf course will have the revenue to make these payments. The pro forma indicates that in fiscal year '23, the course will have a positive ending working capital of $538,345. But by fiscal '28, the pro forma shows the ending working capital is indicated to be a negative $396,933, with the golf course anticipating transferring $122,000 to the general fund, $155,000 for CIP bonds, and another $106,351 in fiscal year '28 for the future and existing debt service, while anticipating a $245,000, $891 shortfall. How the golf course will be able to meet its debt obligation and other expenses without assistance from the general fund will need to be answered. And one more on to Langley Parkway. I want to thank you folks for your consideration to remove CIP 443B from the CIP. As many have testified, the road will not do what it was intended to do, and at the same time, it will constrict the ability for potential development on the Brady Sullivan property. Currently, the city has a 150-foot right-of-way through the Brady Sullivan property, and when you add in setbacks, it brings that area that couldn't be developed on the Brady Sullivan property to over 200 feet. Meaning that as long as Langley Parkway remains as a future or paper street, a width of over 200 feet cannot be developed through a wide swath of that property. Eliminating CIP 40, 3B allows for a fuller development of the property and will lead to a more comprehensive, and hopefully will lead to a more comprehensive rewrite of our zoning updates to ensure we move forward with the development of our city in a manner that ensures accessible and walking neighborhoods and precludes the need for roads like Langley Parkway in the future for our city. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work you folks have done, and hopefully you'll get home a little earlier than you did last week.
Thank you very much. Any question, Mr. Hirschler? Thank you very much, Councilor. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Thank you.
Sure thing. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Judy Fairclough, and I've been a Concord resident for about 26 years. And I'd like to speak to the issue of Beaver Meadow Clubhouse. Golf may have a reputation as being an elitist sport, but I think it's important to recognize that Beaver Meadow is not an elitist club. The fees there are less than at surrounding clubs in terms of membership. It's not the Concord Country Club. If you want an elitist golf club, you go to the Concord Country Club. All you need to do to appreciate the distinction is go into the parking lot at Beaver Meadow. And there's trucks and vans and Fords and those sorts of cars. More importantly, it's a family club. There are children there, teenagers, moms, dads, seniors. Seniors playing with teenagers. It's a multi-generational opportunity for our community, and it's a vital asset, in my view. My experience is I started playing during COVID because I wanted to be outside. And I kind of poo-pooed golf for my first, 63 years of my life. I thought it was an elitist sport. And going to Beaver Meadow, I realized that it's not. I was astounded by the atmosphere and the diversity of players there. Membership seems to be booming in the 3 years that I've been a member there. I think that from my understanding, a safer, larger clubhouse is actually critical to maintaining revenue, and a pause could certainly sound the death knell of the continued viability of this tremendous asset. It is already, to some extent, a community center. It's a year-round opportunity. There are family events that are held there. There's an outdoor tent with seating and tables, and there are events that are held there. And I think I would encourage anyone who has a question, either because they are golfers or they have never been over there, is go and see the vitality that's happening over there. Go and see the diversity of folks who are sitting outside on the patio having meals. And for me, being a mom of 3 kids who are grown up now, but they went through the teenage years, seeing these teenage boys out there playing golf.
And girls. Sorry.
Pardon me?
And girls.
But, well, I know, it sounds very sexist that like the boys need something safe, teenage boys and girls. But to see these teenagers out there, they're out doing this incredibly healthy activity outside. And friends who I've brought there from different communities are astounded that we have this asset in our community. And having played at Concord Country Club, I'll take Beaver Meadow any day. So I appreciate the consideration that's been given to this, and I know that there are big issues surrounding it, but I would certainly encourage those who are concerned about their constituents to go over there, talk to people. And this is one of my first meetings. It's been extremely interesting, and the thought that goes into your conversations is fantastic. So I appreciate all of your service, and I certainly hope that the trend in terms of Beaver Meadow continues. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Councilor Krivik.
Thank you. I just want to apologize for interrupting. We've spent a lot of time trying to grow our girl golf program.
Yes.
And Mr. Davis being the top junior golf pro in the state, who has 3 young daughters, it's very important to him that we include girls at the course and their participation. So my apologies to you.
Oh, no,
for
it's
interrupting.
hugely important. I was just thinking about like the wild teenage boys, and they're out there, golfing. But I know there are wild teenage girls too, and they're golfing. But no, that didn't sound right.
I had a couple of those.
That didn't sound right. But my point is that it gives young people just a phenomenal opportunity. To be outside doing something that is, I go out and play by myself because I don't know that many people that are at my low level, and I get teamed up with these kids, and they're wonderful. When else would I be golfing with high school kids? It's just fantastic, and it truly is. It's multi-generational, like very few other sports are. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I know we've all been here a while, so I'll be very brief. My name is Anna Krasinski. I moved to Concord about 4 years ago, in part because of all of the beautiful green space. So I want to thank you all. Whether or not you agree with me that removing CIP 40 is the right thing to do, I can tell after the robust debate that you have all considered and weighed the issue, and so I want to thank you all for that, and I really do support removing it from the budget. The only other thing that I want to say is that I want to really express my support for the additional ambulance and EMTs. As a member of this community who has had to call 911 for a family member, I am so glad that you guys are going to hopefully give them another ambulance and funding for more EMTs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody have questions? Appreciate you coming out. Who, back there?
Good evening, hi.
Welcome.
So I'm Stephanie Krasinski.
And I also want to express my support for the funding for an ambulance and new EMTs tonight. An ambulance is a rolling healthcare unit staffed by first responders who are highly skilled at providing life-saving and sustaining care, not just a mode of transportation to the hospital. EMS is an extension of the emergency department. The point of emergency services is to bring care to the patient. Because of the technology and skills of the providers, in many situations, this improves a patient's condition prior to them even arriving at the hospital, which is critically important for our community members to know. So I was concerned earlier this evening when I heard this story of a child with an asthma exacerbation who was told to just come directly to the hospital. And what EMTs, what our first responders can do is provide a lot of those life-saving medications immediately in their home and then safely get them to another place for more care. So again, I would just like to say to please support our first responders in this, and I hope that you guys vote to include that in the budget as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who else? Welcome.
I'm Nicole Fox. I live on Merrimack Street in Ward 5. I want to thank you for your support and consideration for removing CIP 40 from the budget. And I was very heartened to hear ideas about wiping the slate clean. There are certainly a lot of transportation needs in Concord, and I think that the concept of Langley Parkway was something that would have been considered a really good idea 20, 30 years ago, and a different concept altogether for transportation is really far more in order. And I look forward to what we can do now that we have removed this particular project, or we hopefully will have removed this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Alrighty. Who else? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Manager, Councilors. I'm Robert Baker. I came late because my daughter is graduating high school, so she had a program up there tonight.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Mazel tov.
Yeah, yeah. So I've been in Concord since that girl was 1. And for those of you who took the time to read my letter that I wrote to some of the councilors, the at-large, Ward 7, and the mayor, and it was also published in the paper. I was gratified to see that. Langley's been a threat to my time, all the time that I've lived in Concord that I knew about it. And that's why I wrote that letter last night. And I was a little surprised that it was in the Monitor, but pleasantly surprised. I think it's really a critical part to have more infrastructure for people like myself. I don't own a car anymore, so I'm sorry, Mayor, you don't get any money from me from registration. But I do contribute in other ways. You know, I think as a, you know, I'm a tax-paying citizen here, so that's been a threat my whole life, and it's really dear to my heart. I'm grateful that the Concord Green Space Coalition has really picked this up, and I really hope that you are compelled by their arguments and those of others to really pull that CIP off the off of the planning. You know, let's start somewhere else. As I expressed to you in that letter, it's really been a respite to me. I drive a car. I can drive a car. I don't own a car. So for me to get around Concord, it's really a challenge, and that is one of the places that I can get to. Got a lot of trails. That's one that I can get to on my bike. It's a critically important one, and I tell you, the south end of Langley Parkway is awful to ride a bike on. I don't know if anybody does. For recreation, maybe, but I do it for transportation. I'm not out there just to get some exercise. I just go to every trip I make. And when my daughter was 1 and growing up, we would go around this town by bike, by trailer. And it was an important way to get around. And I think what I would love to see the city do is maybe redirect some of those CIP dollars to really making complete streets really complete, and not just sort of what I'm seeing as sort of a lip service to complete streets. There's a lot more we can do. As some of you know, I've lived in communities where the bicycle infrastructure is just, it's incredible. And what it takes is it takes leadership. It takes from the top down. I know a lot of times I get feedback that enough people aren't asking for it. But I tell you, if the mayor and the city manager and your departments really took this on like nobody's business, like let's really build our streets so that it's safe for people of all ages and abilities and all transportation modes. I'm not saying it should just be bikes. I'm just saying that people should have a choice. So please take the CIP, take that threat away, CIP 40, take that out of the planning and start focusing on really what does complete streets mean and what does an urban place mean with a little less car culture, because the car culture here right now is just immense. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Baker? Seeing none? Thank you. Again, congratulations on your daughter. Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. Hi, my name is Meredith Cooley. You heard from me last week. Short and sweet. Thank you so much for the ambulance. Thank you so much for taking CIP 40 off the budget. And thank you so much for listening to the now almost 700 voices that signed a petition to have it removed. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks. Any questions? Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, good. Welcome.
Hi there. My name is Tracy Bricky. I am a resident of Concord, the village of Pennacook. I think it's important that we all know that Pennacook is part of Concord. I also sit on the Merrimack Valley School District School Board, which is another school board that we have in Concord. Tonight, I was actually at the CSI charter school graduation where 22 students that had originally dropped out of high school are now graduated. So that was a fabulous event. So, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for the 5 more hours at the Pennacook Library. It saddens me that people would vote against 5 hours at the library for $12,000, but thank you to all of you who voted for it. Thank you.
Can I,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
I'll just speak for myself. The reason why I voted against it is because the city manager said that he had the resources and the authority to put those hours in place. So, just to clarify.
I just, thank you. Thank you for saying that. I am worried that just because the funds were there doesn't mean that the time would have happened. So
I was not concerned, but thank you for your remarks.
Anyone else? Appreciate it. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks.
That's fine. Anyone else? Okay, last chance. Okay, with that, we'll close public hearing. And Ms. LeBron, do you have any updates? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're going to use these for what the clerk will read for the vote. Is that everybody clear? And this reflects the changes that were made during the work session. Madam Clerk, item 6, please.
It's a resolution fixing and determining the amount of money to be appropriated by the City of Concord for the fiscal year 2023, ending June 30th, 2023, for the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, debt service funds, and de minimis accounts.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve. Does anybody need me to go through this? You don't have to say yes.
We are good.
Looks good to me.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion. This is on the operating budget. Just for the record, the general fund operating budget, $74,477,264. No, I apologize. It was that. It is now $74,652,000. What did I say?
You got it right.
Oh.
You're doing right.
107. 107. Hey, it's been a long time road. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. So, okay. So, with that, we do have a motion pending for us. Does anybody have any comments? Seeing none, ready to question, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the ayes have it. Okay, Madam Clerk, item 7, please.
It's a resolution for the annual capital closeout and repurposing of capital project funds.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve this item. There are no changes in that, correct, Mr. LeBrun?
Just the $1,180,000 that you had made tentative votes on during the Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. Everybody clear on the motion?
Yep.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, item 8, please.
It's a resolution appropriating for fiscal year 2023 the sum of $18,253,020 for capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds and notes in the amount of $13,902,000 for various capital projects more specifically identified within the budget document.
Thank you.
Move approval. Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve this. Is there any comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, item,
It's an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Title I, General Code, Chapter 1, Government Organization, fees, fines, and penalties for water and sewer rates.
Move approval.
Second.
motion made and seconded to approve this. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. And congratulations. Okay, that takes us to
That was easy.
comments, requests that we have. Anybody want to say anything? Anyone? Joyce Hawkins?
Thank you. I am just going to commend Counselor Brown for being so brave during her first budget meeting and offering so many things for us to consider, and some really healthy debates we had around this council. And I know I was not nearly so bold and detailed in my first year out, so impressed, and thank you for your hard work on behalf of the city.
Anyone else? Councilor Brown?
I just want to thank this entire council for making me feel welcome and brave enough to bring these things forward. I am really looking forward to working with all of you, and I'm glad that we don't all, that we disagree, because I think that makes life better when we come to compromise, and it's better for our residents, so thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I just had a few things. Number one, I want to simply say, Mr. Manager, I really appreciate all the effort that you and your team put into this, and all the department heads and all the members of the city family. This is a process that starts, probably in February or so? And it takes a lot to put this document together. I think our finance team does an outstanding job, and there's no surprise that we win as many awards as we do, because I think you can tell by, if you're a member of this community, the amount of detail and information and how forthcoming all of our department heads and employees are to providing information so that we can make the best decisions we can. But I think, I tried every year to find that one thing, two things, three things that I'm going to get you, and I seem to fail. But you put together a great budget, and I really do appreciate all your effort, and Mr. LeBron, the whole team. Secondly, I want to thank the public. We've had great participation, and I think that speaks well of our community, and from a lot of different issues, and quite frankly, I haven't seen this much participation since 2008, when there was a headline that was inaccurate, but it created for great excitement, that said that we were going to basically reduce the hours and close the library, which was never true, but it sure generated a full room here, I can tell you. And so it was great to see people actually turn out, because we've had years where people have not engaged, and I think it's important that for us to make the best decisions we can, that you all need to participate. That's number two. Number three is I want to thank each and every one of my colleagues around the table. I think that we proved that we can work together and come up with, I think, what's the best for the community. And as was said earlier, sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't, but there's never a doubt that we all have the best interests of the community. I want to simply reflect a little bit about this particular budget. There is an increase of 4.8% to the municipal side of the budget. Keep in mind that's only 1/3 of your total tax bill. That is not the full portion. And the manager and finance director typically hand out a information sheet at the beginning of the process and talk about what the tax rate and facts and figures are. So for a family home of $300,000, it used to be less, but they moved it up to $300,000. That is about $126 a year that being reflected. I think the important thing to note, and I said, kind of alluded to it earlier, that in 2020, we increased the rate by 1.92%. In 2021, we increased the city budget by 0%. In 2022, it was 2.5%, and so over the last 3 years, it literally was 2.3% on average that we increased it. I think we are very good stewards of the citizens' money, quite frankly. This year was a little higher. Had it been a normal year, in my opinion, we would have ended up with about a 2.9% increase. That would have covered all increases in the city budget, which is generally aligned with where we were in the past. But this year, we heard loud and clear that public safety was critical to this community, and that it was a plan that had been laid out by the fire administration and the manager's office to bring on an additional ambulance after we had been talking about it for years. That additional ambulance is about 40% of that increase, and so the additional almost 2% is of the $26. It's about $28 goes just for the ambulance and for the staffing of the ambulance. So I want to make sure the community understands we as a council are investing deeply into our public safety. We hear you, and I think we all know how important response times are, how important our police department and such. So I think that I'm proud of the fact that we have prioritized public safety in this budget to the point where we've increased almost 2% to do just that. So yes, 4.8%, it is big. I will own that. But 2% of it going to a new ambulance, I can look myself in the mirror and I can live with that. I think that was the right decision for the community, and I have no regrets whatsoever. So with that, it has been this has been a long process, and everyone's done a great job. And I know that everyone didn't get exactly what they wanted, but I think we have a fine work product. So with that, I will just say thank you again. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Manager, do you have anything you want to add?
I'll just add a thank you for the communication throughout the year. I think that's why your staff, most of them which are here tonight, all your department heads and many of your division heads, were able to put together a budget that 99% of it you agree with immediately when you saw it, and it's been consistent throughout the years their approach with that. So while we started in February on it, we're listening all year long. along to what the community needs and to what you think is important, and that's built in. So, again, we've already started on fiscal year 24's budget, so based on tonight. So it's great to have this. You should be very proud of the staff that you have, because they're the ones who actually do all the work for this. I just end up making some of the decisions at the end. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to just do one last housekeeping, so I want to see where we are. So as you all know, next Monday night, we have our regular scheduled Monday, I apologize. We have a regular scheduled June meeting. That will be on the 13th. Everybody have that on their calendars? Okay. At that time, we will be taking up the manager's
Compensation.
no, actually, it's going to be the satisfactory, unsatisfactory vote. We do need to meet as a council to discuss the manager's contract, and I would like to propose doing that. Does the following Monday, the 20th, work?
There's a, Your Honor,
Is
there's
that
a
the
meeting.
Pennacook
Yeah,
Canal
that's
Street?
That's the city's, yeah.
How about the 23rd, the Thursday, 23rd?
I will be tied up.
What's that?
It depends on the time, but at 5:30 I'm tied up.
We have TPAC at 6.
I know, I just, sorry.
Would it be possible to do it after the meeting Monday evening?
I was trying to give us a break since we've spent a lot of time together, but if that's
love
the only
each other.
time that's available, then let's go ahead and do it.
Do you feel the love?
I'd rather do longer than another day. Yeah.
What's that?
I'd rather do longer than another day.
You guys
This is the Iron Man Council.
You're on school hours, though.
They're vulnerable right now.
Okay, so we will, I'll tell you what, how many non-publics do we have prior to?
6 o'clock.
Currently,
We start at
6.
6. Yeah.
2? How long do you think they'll take?
So if you started earlier.
Would people mind starting at 5:30 and maybe do it beforehand?
Not at all. It's in the schedule now.
All right, how about 5, so we'll meet on 5:30 next Monday night. There'll be 3 purposes for non-public, one of which will be manager's contract.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I was supposed to recuse myself from the Crisis Center of Central New Hampshire and the Coalition to End Homelessness on the budget vote.
So I will tell you, I did notice I did notice with the clerk, I recused myself on Langley Parkway. I had you recused for the Crisis Center and for the Coalition. I had Councilor Champlin recused from the Chamber of Commerce. I had Councilor Brown recused from police votes. Did I miss anybody?
Councilor Grady Sexton
I usually.
That's right, I apologize.
I
You're
don't
right,
need to,
for
but,
the,
yeah.
for the Crisis Center.
Yeah, I
Thank
don't
you for
have any
remembering
direct
Crisis.
interact.
Those are the ones I notified the clerk on. Did I miss any?
Keach in the kitchen.
Sorry, I did not do that either. Keach on the But I did know with the clerk, so.
Thank you.
I should have announced it. That is my fault. That is my mistake. I own that, but I did notify the
Took me
clerk.
till 9:30 to figure it out.
Okay. So you didn't change the 5:30 meeting then?
That's what I thought she was gonna do too.
That's what I was worried.
Yep.
Okay, I'll see everybody, we'll see each other at 5:30 next week, Monday night. Motion to adjourn, motion made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Have a great evening, everyone.
Well, that was easy.